Good evening, everyone. It's now 6 o'clock, so we'll get started. The meeting being held tonight are public meetings held under the Planning Act. Notice of collection, personal information collected as a result of the public meetings are collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making a decision on this matter. Persons speaking at the meeting are requested to give their name and address for recording in the minutes. All names, addresses, opinions, and comments may be collected and may form part of the minutes which will be available to the public. Additionally, interested members of the public can email the committee clerk or the assigned planner if they wish to be notified regarding a particular application. Questions regarding this collection should be forwarded to the Director of Planning Services. The first portion of tonight's meeting is to present a planning application in a public forum as detailed in the Community Meetings Report. This report does not contain a staff recommendation, and therefore no decision will be made in this evening. Each application in the Community Meeting Report will be presented individually, and following each presentation by the applicant, the meeting will be open to the public for comments and questions. The second portion of tonight's meeting is to consider public meeting reports. These reports do contain a staff recommendation, and the recommendation is typically to approve with conditions or to deny. After the planner's presentation, community members will be able to ask questions of staff, followed by members of the public. Following the question and answer period, this committee then makes a recommendation on the application to City Council, who has the final say on the applications. Following council decision, notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. If a person or public body would otherwise have the ability to appeal the decision of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Kingston to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make an oral submission at a public meeting or make a written submission to the City of the Kingston before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. So I will now call the community meeting to order. The purpose of the community meeting is to provide the applicant with an opportunity to present a potential development proposal in the early stages of the development process, and they seek feedback from the public and members of the planning committee before a complete application is submitted to the city. Anyone who attends a community meeting may present an oral submission and/or provide a written submission on the proposal being presented. The first file this evening is for 61 Hyperion Court, and I invite the applicant to present this file.
Oh, Electra. All right, thank you, everyone. My name is Miles Weeks. I'm a senior planner with Foten Consultants, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Carico Group of Companies, to discuss a future minor zoning bylaw amendment for the property at 61 Hyperion Court. So just to put the property in context a little bit, it's located within the Alcan Business District, and the surrounding land uses are characterized by typical business park uses that you might expect. The broader surrounding area includes those employment uses, some industrial uses, open space, residential, and commercial uses, and that's generally within a 600-meter radius. The site is well serviced by public transit, having both regular and express transit routes in the immediate vicinity. So the subject site itself is approximately 11,760 square meters in size, and it has frontage on John Counter Boulevard, Hyperion Court, and Lapins Lane. The site is already developed, featuring a one-story existing commercial structure, having about 2,400 square meters of floor area. There are 128 parking spaces on an existing surface parking lot, as well as 5 bicycle parking spaces and 2 loading spaces. This is just an image of the existing building, and this is viewed from Lapins Lane. You can see John Counter Boulevard off to the right of the screen there. In terms of the applicable policy for the site is currently designated Business Park Industrial within the Alcan District Specific Policy Area number 9. And this designation is intended to provide prominent locations for industrial and supportive uses. The uses that are permitted within this designation include a variety of employment uses as well as complementary commercial uses. The zoning for the site is currently Business Park M1 zone, and that permits a variety of light industrial uses and certain limited commercial uses. So the intent of our application here today is, again, to submit a minor zoning bylaw amendment, which would permit up to 100% standalone complementary commercial uses within the building. Development on the site would be limited to interior renovations. There would be no changes to the existing building, the layout of the site, or any of the landscaping around the site. Some of the current tenants and future tenants that are anticipated for the property would be Canada Border Services, Veterans Affairs, Arcadis, Community Midwives of Kingston, and the Métis Nation of Ontario, all of which would generate substantial employment uses, which is in keeping with the vision for the Alcan Business Park. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment itself would rezone the property from the M1 zone to the employment service M4 zone. And that is, again, to permit up to 100% complementary commercial uses. A site-specific exception is proposed, and that is simply to prohibit sensitive uses on the property. Given that it's a business park, the uses being specifically a daycare and a hotel would be prohibited. And I should mention that the site itself would comply with all other provisions of the zoning bylaw. So in summary, we are submitting a future application for minor zoning bylaw amendment. That would be to rezone the site from the M1 zone to the M4 zone with a site-specific exception to, again, restrict sensitive uses. And the purpose is to permit more commercial uses on the site itself. This is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms with the City of Kingston official plan, and in my opinion represents good land use planning. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Okay, so thank you. And now we'll turn to members of the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this file? Seeing as none, is there anyone online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a member of the public with their hand raised. I will recognize Kelly.
Okay, so you will have 5 minutes to provide questions and comments, and you have to state your name and address for the record.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kelly Sigwart. My address is 462 College Street in Kingston. And I just wanted to support this amendment to 61 Hyperion Court as someone who would very much like to rent in this space. I'm here today representing the Community Midwives of Kingston. We've had a long and extensive search for suitable office space, and this location offers many benefits and met all of the needs in terms of what we were looking for. Ease of accessibility from the 401, the third crossing. I think the presenter mentioned the bus routes. And the space itself is a single floor with many accessible features that our current building doesn't have. Our practice has grown quite a lot in the last few years, and we serve over 25% of the pregnant population here in Kingston. So we're looking for a place to grow, and we're really hopeful that this amendment is passed so that we can rent in that space and provide and continue to provide care without interruption of needing to find another location to rent.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else online who wishes to speak? No. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing as none, thank you, and we'll close this file. And that is all for the community meeting. It is now 6:09. And I will call the public meeting to order at also 6:09. Can I get an approval of the agenda? Approved by Councillor Glenn, seconded by Councillor Rosanek. All in favor? And that passes. And now a confirmation of the minutes. Now, do I have a mover and seconder to approve the minutes of Planning Committee meeting number 07/2024 held on Thursday, March 21st? Moved by Councillor Rosanek, seconded by Councillor Shaves. All in favor? And that passes. So do we have any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing as none, there are no delegations, there are no briefings. So our first item of business is a recommendation report for 47-67 Village Drive. And I invite staff to introduce this report.
Good evening, members of committee. My name is Chris Booth. I'm a senior planner with Planning Services. I'm pleased to be here this evening to present our recommendation to approve the proposed rezoning for 47 and 67 Village Drive. This was last before you on September 7th of last year, and since then, staff have been working diligently with the applicant to further refine the proposal. I'll briefly summarize the highlights of the application that led to our recommendation. Could I have the next slide, please? The proposal before you today is to rezone the lands to URM2 from their current zoning of B3204, which is under the city's former bylaw 8499. As you can see here, the site currently contains 2 apartment buildings with a total of 219 units between them, along with a large storage building. This rezoning would facilitate the addition of a 3rd apartment building of 12 stories, pictured here, containing 135 new homes. If approved, it would bring the total number of homes on site to 354. And one thing I would like to point out at this time is that these would be rental units, 354 rental units. To facilitate this, the storage building is proposed to be demolished to make way for additional parking, and the entire surface parking lot would be reconfigured and enhanced. While the URM2 zone permits apartment buildings, the applicant is proposing site-specific rules that are tailored to enable this development. Some of those rules would include reduced setbacks, increased building height to enable the 12-story building, and a minor reduction in parking from 283 spaces to 259 spaces. This would entail a parking ratio of 0.73 spaces per unit instead of the 0.8 normally required in the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. Before getting into the proposal, I would like to begin with some context. The site is outlined in red here in the center of the map. It's on the west bank of the Great Cataraqui River, near the intersection of Montreal Street and John Counter Boulevard, right at the western end of the new 3rd crossing or Waban crossing. The site is currently developed with 2 apartment buildings of 9 and 10 stories. As I mentioned, those contain a total of 219 rental apartments. The site's currently accessible from both the south and north. From the south via Village Drive, which connects directly into Montreal Street, and from the north via the new Loop Road, which connects into John Counter Boulevard. I've included 2 images on the right, which show the site from both of these entrances. At nearly 3 hectares, the site is underutilized and has tremendous potential for redevelopment considering its prime location and its large size. It is currently designated as residential in the official plan, along with some environmental sensitive lands on the south. It does meet all of the official plan's criteria for allowing new high-density development, given its location near commercial amenities, parks, schools, and of course, local and express transit. Its immediate context includes a number of similarly sized apartment buildings, which are not limited only to the 2 on site, but also some that are further west along John Counter Boulevard. All of these buildings taken together help ensure that the proposed building is not out of character with its immediate surroundings. Could I have the next slide, please? I wanted to introduce the proposed development with this image. I believe effectively captures the proposed building within that surrounding context. This rendering is viewed from the Waban crossing and shows the new building in the center of the image, with the other two apartment buildings on site to the left and the additional apartment buildings visible just beyond. Its location on the river meant that the applicant worked closely with Parks Canada and the city's heritage team, as this river forms part of the UNESCO-designated Rideau Canal. The building is situated perpendicular to the river, as you'll notice in this image, and it steps down to it, and is, of course, stepping down to the nearby buildings, thanks to a large, generous step back on the 10th floor. This step back is notable in that it would accommodate a large outdoor terrace that provides amenity space for residents, affording excellent views across the river. Parks Canada and the City Heritage Team were supportive of this development, and the applicant has worked very hard to ensure that there were no encroachments into the landscape setback along the river's edge. Next slide, please. This slide perhaps better visualizes some of the elements of this proposal. This is a conceptual rendering of the site, and it shows where the 12-story building would be located. It's located, as you can see here, in the northwest corner of the site, near the entrance to the new Loop Road and John Cutter Boulevard. What's notable about this proposal is that it introduces new indoor bike parking space for tenants. The owners are proposing 153 bike parking spaces in total, of which 137 would be contained on the ground floor of this new building. They would be accessible to tenants in all three buildings. Along with these significant bike parking improvements, the site will also see its parking area reconfigured in 2 locations. The storage building, as I said previously, would be removed. It's presently located where the triangle, that red triangle, is identified here on the drawing. And it would be redeveloped as a new parking area, and one that has much better connectivity than at present. These improvements extend into the southern parking area as well, highlighted here in the square at the bottom edge of the screen. The primary reason for this reconfiguration is highlighted on the next slide. Could I have that next slide, please? One of the site's major assets is its waterfront location. And to that end, the city owns and maintains a pathway that runs along the river's edge. But as anyone who may have walked it will already know, it comes to a fairly abrupt stop at the southern end of the site, just adjacent to a small creek that runs along the top of Bell Park. The applicant has worked very closely with the city on finding a way to connect this trail into the city's broader waterfront trail network. They have committed to conveying to the city land along the south side of their site for an extension of that trail into Bell Park, as well as a number of easements running through their property to secure public access until such time as the city can formalize extensions to the north. This is a significant enhancement that will benefit not just tenants in this property, but residents of the city as a whole. And I do want to thank the applicants who are in chambers here tonight for working with us on that aspect of the design with the waterfront trail. Based on this design and the fact that the proposal is consistent with provincial and city policy, Planning Services is satisfied that this proposal represents good planning. We are therefore recommending approval. Next slide, please. If this rezoning is approved, the applicant's next step would be go through the site plan control process, followed by building permit. As mentioned in the report, the applicant is potentially seeking to sever the new building from the rest of the site, which is already 2 lots, essentially forming 3 lots. If this were the case, a consent application would also be forthcoming. When it goes through its building permit process, the application will also be subject to various charges, including the recently introduced community benefits charge. I appreciate your time and consideration this evening, and I would be very happy to address any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Councillor Shaves.
Thank you. Just a few questions to confirm from the last time we were here. I just wanted to confirm, is there still the option of having community garden to help with offset food security?
Through the chair, very good question, one that's certainly appreciated in this day and age with food prices where they are. The applicant has confirmed that they are planning to maintain the existing community garden and potentially even enlarge that community garden, understanding there will be additional tenants at this property. So yes, I can confirm that community gardens are expected. And the applicant has even suggested that there could be opportunity even on the rooftop for raised planter beds as well for purposes of growing fruits and vegetables.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you. In regards to vegetation, would there be option for, in regards to shrubbery, having pollinator-friendly vegetation and wildlife-friendly, which could provide food sources during the off-seasons?
Through the chair, I can confirm that the applicant also does intend to provide various pollinator species, wildlife-friendly species. There's a number of bushes that, of course, sport berries and the like. And so the applicant has confirmed that they're willing to work with us to explore those opportunities.
Okay, thank you. And also, I know you mentioned the possibility of having a rooftop garden. Are there any aspects of considering a green roof policy?
Again, through discussion with the applicant, while it's not their intention to pursue a green roof at this time, there's a very good reason for that. The applicant is instead exploring the possibility of installing solar panels on the roof, and that would severely constrict or restrict abilities to install green roofs. So solar panels are what are being explored at this time.
Okay, thank you. I guess that's acceptable. Thank you very much.
Did you have anything to add for? No, you're good?
Hi there. Excuse me. The opportunity to speak as the applicant, yeah?
If you wanted to address some of those questions.
Oh, happy to address any questions if they're directed to us.
Okay. I just don't know if you have anything to
Mr.
add.
Booth addressed them adequately. Have a little something about us and Skyline and what we're doing, and happy to answer questions you have for us directly that are perhaps not planning related.
Okay. Are there any other questions from anyone? Seeing as none, we'll move on to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to ask questions for this file for 47-67 Village Drive? Is there anyone online? No? Okay, so we'll move on to, do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Shaves, seconded by Councillor Glenn. Is there any discussion? No? Councillor Osanik?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to say I'm really happy that this is an apartment rental because that's exactly what we need. And yeah, if you could build it tomorrow, that would be fantastic, right? I was happy at the public meeting and happy that it's come back to Planning Committee so quickly for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glenn?
I'll keep it brief. We've got other things to get to, but I'm going to echo Councillor Osanik's comments. And I'm glad to see that storage building going. I've driven past there a number of times, and it needs to go. And this is far better use of this land. So I'm quite happy to see this development go up. And thank you for doing such a good job of working on meeting the requirements to put this up. It's really appreciated, and the sensitivity to the community is important, I think. Thank you.
Councillor Oosterhoff?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo the words of our past two colleagues. Well done, everyone, and we look forward to seeing this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. All right, so all in favor? And that passes unanimously. All right, so we'll move on to the second item of business, which is recommendation report for 2360 Princess Street, and I invite staff to introduce the report.
All right. Good evening, and through the chair, my name is Ian Clendenning, a senior planner with the City of Kingston, and tonight I am presenting a recommendation report regarding an application for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 2360 Princess Street. The purpose and effect of the proposed amendments are to permit the existing hotel and motel to be used for a residential use. The effect of the application would allow for up to 107 homes to replace the motel units, while the existing restaurant would remain as part of a mixed-use building. The property is located on the north side of Princess Street, slightly east of Augusta Drive, with frontage along both Princess and Ellesmere Avenue. To the north of the site, the area transitions into residential in the form of single and semi-detached homes, as well as a number of townhomes. East of and west of the site, the Princess Street corridor accommodates a large number of commercial and service amenities. The site is within walking distance of several parks, as well as 3 regular service transit routes and 1 express route. The site itself is relatively large, with a relatively large property in comparison to the surrounding parcel fabric, with the majority of the site, or 54%, being landscaped open areas. The remainder of the site accommodates the 2 buildings, one at the central portion of the property, and the sorry about that, and one at the southeast corner, where it generally fronts on Princess Street. The site is located within the arterial commercial designation of the Cataraqui North Secondary Plan Area and is zoned general commercial in the former Kingston Township zoning bylaw, 7626. The proposed development consists of converting the existing buildings to a residential use, with the 4-story hotel, shown in the upper right, converted to accommodate 67 homes, while the existing motel, shown in the bottom right, would be converted to accommodate 40 homes. As noted earlier, the restaurant is intended to remain. As the redevelopment of the existing buildings would not meet the minimum density requirements of between 75 and 125 units per hectare, which is planned for this part of the Princess Street corridor, the applicant seeks to incorporate additional policy provisions within the official plan, which would exempt the existing commercial buildings from the minimum density to allow for 36 units per hectare. Of note, this would only apply to the converted buildings, and future redevelopment would be required to adhere to the existing policy framework which governs the arterial commercial designation. Similarly, an amendment to the zoning bylaw is proposed which incorporates the lands into a general commercial zone within bylaw 2022-62, the City of Kingston's new zoning bylaw, which is broadly similar to the existing 7626 commercial zoning of the property, but with a site-specific exception which would allow for the existing commercial buildings to be converted. Again, the provision only relates to the existing buildings being used for residential units. The other item to note here is that the applicant also seeks an exemption from the enhanced bike facilities requirements, which generally speaks to bike facilities having electrical outlets, individual lockers, and similar features, which are intended to address the complexities associated with a building retrofit of this type. Throughout the processing of this application, staff have heard a variety of concerns. A complete list of correspondence has been provided through tonight's agenda, and highlighted here is what is understood to be primary concerns, which includes the appropriate location of affordable housing at this site, the smaller unit size, property maintenance, future plans for the property, parking and traffic, fencing and tree plantings, and the notification and opportunities for public comment. With respect to property maintenance, the site represents an underperforming commercial property, and the proposed amendment seeks to repurpose the buildings to a more economically feasible use. With that, it is hoped that the site will be properly maintained as large open areas will be better utilized by the site's residents. I will note, however, that both the building code and the city's property standard bylaw are more appropriate mechanisms to ensure that the properties and buildings are being maintained at an acceptable level. With respect to the appropriate location for affordable housing, whether for affordable or market rents, the site is an appropriate location for housing, being accessible to numerous transit opportunities, as well as extensive commercial and service offerings referenced earlier, all of which maximize the use of the existing city's infrastructure. Additionally, placing housing near commercial areas helps ensure that employees have the option to live near to where they work, ensuring a walkable and sustainable neighborhood. With respect to unit size, it is noted that units are relatively small, referenced as approximately 375 square feet for some units with variation expected. However, this enhances the affordability of the units and fills an understood need for housing. While this style of housing may not be appropriate for everyone, it does fill a role within the continuum of housing options and ultimately meets Ontario Building Code requirements for unit size. With respect to future plans for the property, at this time there are no plans. However, only the permissions sought apply only to the existing buildings. Future development would be in accordance with the provisions of the bylaw or be required to proceed through a future amendment. With regards to parking and traffic, the applicant has submitted a traffic brief which has demonstrated that the site can handle the anticipated traffic through its change from a motel use and hotel use to a residential. A detailed study would be required at time of site plan control. With regards to concerns about the notification and opportunities to provide public comment, the city's standard process is to proceed through an enhanced pre-application process, where 2 public meetings are held to consider specific application. In addition to providing greater opportunity to comment, the benefit of this is to allow the applicant the opportunity to revise their proposal to address concerns raised by the community and council. In this case, there is little opportunity to revise the proposal as the existing buildings are proposed for being repurposed. As well, this was an effort to accommodate the applicant's timelines with respect to a grant from the CMHC regarding their affordable housing proposal. Having said that, it is my professional opinion that the proposed application is consistent with the provincial policy statement by directing development to the serviced urban areas. It conforms to the official plan by repurposing the existing building stock, which enhances sustainability, and by directing development to a walkable neighborhood close to amenities. Appropriate zoning provisions developed by limiting the lower density development to only that of the existing buildings. And this represents good land use planning by having residents close to jobs and amenities and minimizes the negative impacts on the surroundings area. Subject to approval, the development would be subject to a hold removal application as well as site plan control prior to the site obtaining a building permit. Having said all the above, I wish to thank you for your time, and if the committee has any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Councillor Shaves.
Thank you. Where to start? Okay. So I understand this is supposed to be in regards or have affordable housing. What's the definition of affordable housing that the applicant's going to be using?
Thank you. Through the chair, while this application was not submitted seeking subsidies or benefits from the city, such as waiving planning fees, they are looking for grants or subsidies from the CMHC, or the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. They base their subsidies on a proposed 30% of the median renter income, which in Kingston is $52,500. My understanding, therefore, is that these studio units would be at $1,300 approximately per month. And I would defer to the applicant for details on the CMHC application or the affordability criteria.
Is the applicant here?
Hey there, it's Jefferson here.
Go ahead.
There. Yes, so under our application, we do plan on providing 25% of those units as affordable units. Those affordable units will be affordable and will be at the $1,300 locked in for the next 10 years. That is the commitment we've made to CMHC. Additionally, we will be renting all units at around the $1,300 mark once we get approval.
Did you have something to add? No. Continue.
Okay, so to confirm, are all these units going to be bachelor apartments?
That's correct, yes.
So basically one room and a bathroom?
Kitchen, bathroom, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom. That's correct.
Under 400 square feet
That's correct.
for $1,300?
That's correct.
I don't foresee that being very affordable, especially for something that size and just a building that's being repurposed, not rebuilt.
Councillor, we've done our preliminary research and we submitted a survey and put some advertising for those units to basically survey the residents of Kingston. In the last 30 days, we received 140 applications to rent the units. 30% of those individuals are actually local seniors that are looking to downsize, and the remaining are actually college and university students that have graduated and would like to stay and remain in Kingston. And that's a type of survey we've completed and a type of response we've got from the community.
I'm glad to see that you have a list for applicants. However, I'm still kind of concerned on the affordability aspect, especially compared to others. Like for $1,300, you might be able to get a one bedroom, and you're offering a 400 square foot bachelor.
If I may interject on behalf of our clients as well. My name is Miles Weeks. I spoke earlier this evening. I'm a planner for the project with Foten Consultants. Ultimately, the definition for affordability in this case is defined by the CMHC. So while I appreciate it may compare differently with other affordable housing projects, I would qualify that this is not 100% affordable housing. This is a partly affordable housing project where, again, 25% of the units will be affordable by CMHC standards at 30% of the median renter income. So certainly I appreciate that, there may be cheaper units elsewhere, but I think, in this case, as our client mentioned, the proof is in the pudding, as it were. There are a list of applicants in line to rent these units, and that's only a positive for the housing situation here in Kingston.
Okay. A little disappointed from when I first heard about this project, but okay. Now, there's no mention of a park, but cash in lieu. On the second slide, which was presented, there's a nice little green space right in front of the motel area. Perfect place to put a park, especially if those who had, I guess it won't be children since it's bachelor. Is that a possibility?
Through the chair, we have not discussed the possibility of a park with staff. It's certainly not part of the plan at this time. So I'll give our client a chance to speak in a minute just to confirm whether or not that'd be something they'd be willing to consider. But in terms of the long-term vision for the site, I think it's acknowledged that this is an underutilization of the site. There's lots of land here. There are certainly opportunities to improve the site for the whole community. And while it's not proposed at this time, the long-term vision is to more comprehensively redevelop the site. And in my mind, that would be a more appropriate time at which to discuss opportunities for community parks and that sort of thing. So while I appreciate that doesn't necessarily resolve your question at this moment, in the long term, I think there are opportunities to provide that kind of community benefit on the site.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may add to that. I think the key on this site is the conversion that it's taking place is within the existing buildings. So we're talking a limited number of units, and the property is quite large as it is, has adequate amounts of open space to provide the residents at this time. I think the opportunity to look at a potential parkland dedication will be when and if the property owner comes in for redevelopment of the entire site. I'm not sure locating a park on an arterial road such as Princess is the most ideal location. Typically, they would be more sort of central, I would envision, on the road accessing the residential area. But I think at this time it's premature to be looking at a on-site parkland dedication to serve the purposes of the population going in here. At the end of the day, the city would be responsible for upkeep and maintenance of that. I'm not sure the programming that would be in place versus what residents of the buildings themselves would be able to access on the residual of the site, which, as you saw from the aerial photos, is quite large. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that. I just want to plant the seed now before it's too late. I'll end there.
The applicant had something to add.
Yeah. Councillor, I appreciate your thoughtful thinking about the community, and we actually have thought about that considerably about providing more green space to the community. As it is not part of the official plan order of the city, would like to have to build a park on the partial land. We will be maintaining the grass, and that an area could be used for the public. If the public seeks, it will be maintained privately by us, and we will be able to provide that as an opportunity for the public to use as green space. That is not an option. That is absolutely an option, and we're more than happy to provide that. Additionally, because most of the inquiries the 140 inquiries are mostly seniors and young professionals, we do not anticipate this building to be housing that many children or children at all. Therefore, anything related to any property taxes related to the Catholic and Public School Board will just enhance the city of Kingston further, as there won't be any children using those services.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Oosterhoff.
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I am pleased to see something good happen in this lot here. Just want to clarify you call them bachelors, or could two people could live in them? Could we not? Is it? Are you limiting to one person per unit? Just curious.
Through the chair, the Planning Act would not have the power to regulate the number of people that ultimately live in each unit.
Okay.
But I think it goes without saying that people will self-select when they choose whether or not this is the appropriate accommodation for them.
Right. I was just because I think we referred to a bachelorette or whatever they're called. So I was just curious how that, I don't even know how that is managed. If you can control the number of people or not. So, but 370 square foot, I would think, I thought you could have a bedroom and a living space. So maybe not, but my evaluation of that, you might be able to do that. So I'm just trying to explore a little bit more the entire property. It is a bit disappointing to not see greater density. And I know that, are we actually seeking relief there, or is that a hold? Are we approving the potential for greater density? Can I just hear that one more time? Or, because obviously that property is screaming for meeting its potential. But I'm just curious, what are we approving tonight?
Thank you. Through the chair, that's a great point to clarify. It is for the existing buildings only that would allow for the reduced density, and any further redevelopment, it would require the standard density of between 75 and 125 units per hectare. I believe it's 36 units per hectare that the 107 units works out to on this 2.9 hectare site.
That's correct. Yeah, so we're about half of that. So certainly would hope. But I understand, or the message we're getting is that is the intention long term, is to develop more. And I understand it's the property owners' right to work with what is possible at this time, and I do respect that. Is the rent all inclusive, or is that like the 1,300 and affordable? I mean, 25% of the 40, so there's only going to be 10 units that are going to be what the CMHC calls affordable housing. Only 10 units, I guess. Or did I hear you say all the 40, the single-story building would be all at 1,300? I thought I heard that.
Go ahead.
Yes, it would actually be 25% of the building. That equates to 27 units will be locked in for affordable rents over the next 10 years, defined by CMHC. Addition to that, just to comment on the density, the reason why we are seeking this approval today is that we have an underutilized building and we have a housing crisis right now. And what we want to do immediately is to provide housing relief to local citizens by utilizing existing building as we seek the highest density use possible in the future. As we all know, development may take many years to occur, as it's a long process, but we have already engaged our consultant to put a study together for the best use and high density use going forward. So this is for phase 1 of our phase 2 plan.
Yeah, that's good. I'm pleased to hear that. I understand, and I appreciate the recognition of the needs of our time. So just to clear, is that rent all inclusive of heat and hydro, or is that's more?
That's correct. The affordable rents of $1,300 is all inclusive of utilities.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Well done. I appreciate that, and good work. And I look forward to seeing this happen. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Councillor Glenn?
So thank you for bringing forward this application. I'm actually quite excited to see it. My quick question is, obviously we still have to go to a vote, but should this pass through, how quickly will you be able to get these units on the market?
Yes, the goal is that once it's approved, we'll be seeking the site plan approval. And once site plan approval and permits are permitted, we will be able to repurpose all the units within 6 to 8 months after getting a building permit. And so we anticipate in less than a year, we'll be able to provide the 107 additional housing units to the city of Kingston. This is from our experts, expert experience that we've done across the country. And across the country, we've done over 600 units of repurposing hotel units.
Thank you.
Any other questions from committee members? No, seeing as none. All right, so we'll move on to the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to 2360 Princess Street? Yeah, you can come up to the mic over here, and you have 5 minutes, and just state your name and address. You just press the button. Yeah, just the button. It'll turn red when, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Susan Burrell, 210 Ellesmere Avenue. Is it going to be owner-operated? The people that currently own the building, are they going to be maintaining it?
So you ask all your questions, so you have 5 minutes.
Okay,
and
so
then and then we'll answer after everyone's asked
Okay,
questions.
perfect. Because currently that space is very poorly maintained. And if it's going to be low income, what about the residents that currently live in that area that have spent thousands to be there? That corner is way too busy as it is. It's probably as busy as Gardner's and Princess almost. And then to add this additional stress on that corner, I don't think it's wise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Yeah, you can come over, I guess, over here somewhere. Just state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Always forget about that one. Hi, my name is Joel Thompson. My address is 882 Clearfield Crescent, Kingston, Ontario. Not really a question for the applicant, but I am a local real estate agent. I used to own a property management company. When I first started in real estate, we were selling semi-detached homes with basement apartments that were renting for $1,000 a month. And they were about 500 square feet if you look at an average semi with 2 bedrooms. So the size, this is what we were paying in rent 5 years ago. And if you look at a homestead apartment now, that's well over $2,000 a month in rent. This is really good. And like we need more of this because we're repurposing something that we already have. And even though it's not affordable in your eyes, this is going to be life-changing for a lot of people because there's people shaking their head because this is true. Like if we can get seniors out of their home where they're occupying 5, 6, 7 bedrooms with one person, this has such a ripple effect for our community. And we just have to put our own like egos aside as to like what affordability is because we're never going to come to a consensus of what that means because there's so many definitions of it. But housing projects for everybody is what's going to change this city. And we thank you to the applicant for bringing this proposal because the amount of money that they bought this project for is staggering. And the faster that they can get this on market, the faster they're going to start cash flowing and the faster they can move to the next project. And we want this investment in our city because if we continue to kind of fight this, then they're just going to go to Loyalists. They're just going to go somewhere else. We want this money here. We need it. We are going to grow. And this is going to be life-changing for so many people, and it's going to have a ripple effect in our area. And just getting seniors out of their homes is going to fix a lot of things because families can move up, and it's really what we need is just housing for everybody. And it's a really easy redevelopment project. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in the room? Yeah, you just come up over here and you have 5 minutes and state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Kelly Gill, and I'm at 224 Ellesmere. I'm concerned about the traffic mostly. I hear school buses going by, people honking. Traffic is just too fast already. People are making fast rights onto Ellesmere to cut through, like to get over to Anderson because there's traffic on Princess. Like it's a bit scary right now, even before, before this. So I would hope the city would consider that. And I mean, if this project has to go ahead, and I do understand about housing because I've just been looking for an apartment for my daughter and what's out there is really not great and super expensive. But like I said, I'm concerned about the traffic. And is this also, this is only phase 1. So does that mean it's going to stay this way for 10 years if it goes ahead? And phase 2 isn't going to start until like 10 years from now? Is that correct? And also, yeah, Princess Street is scary too. I think the city should put the speed limit down as people race by through there like crazy. Like I've had people I'm trying to cross the street at Augusta and Princess. I don't know if anybody else has had this, but some people don't let you cross. They want to make a right turn first. And anyway, it would just be good to calm traffic down in that area. And also, maybe the owners of this new development could ameliorate or enhance the site, maybe planting a few extra trees would be nice if it has to go ahead. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yep. State your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, or good afternoon. My name's Teresa Mitchell. I'm at 557 Sycamore Street. Just a couple of things. I just wanted to ask, so first of all, I, like Joel, am also a real estate agent in town. Hi, Joel. Number one, I heard that the majority of the people that have lined up for applications for this are seniors. So I would hazard a guess that not every one of the seniors is going to be driving. So I have a feeling that that the concerns about traffic may be overestimated. Then the other thing I wanted to ask about was the all-inclusive. Is that only for the 25% that are considered affordable housing, or is that going to be for all the units? I think it's a great idea. I love the idea of having this because everybody who will be in those units is going to be close to everything that they could possibly need. It's right on the transit line, so I think that's a real benefit. And I'm a huge proponent of the tiny homes, going that way, and I see that we do need some of the larger homes for families that can't afford to buy them now. So thank you, and those are my questions.
Is there anyone else in the room that wishes to speak? Seeing as no one else, is there anyone online that wishes to speak?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a member online with their hand raised. I recognize Natalie.
Yeah, you state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Natalie Laren, and I live at 273 Ellesmere Avenue. My concern, along with other residents who live on the one side of the street where I am on, we just want to make sure that it's affordable housing and that it's not like a home-based housing. I know the city is trying to move some of the homeless residents from Bell Park around Kingston, and our concern is that some of these homeless people will make their way up towards our place. I purposely purchased my home on this street. It took me 4 tries to get on the street because it's such a hot area to buy, because it's so safe and it's so quiet. There's a lot of families. It's very, we have barbecues together. We don't want any trouble. I'm a home care worker, so I work in all elements. I go into home-based housing. I go down, I work in $1 million homes. I also work in the hub, right? So I just want to make sure that, because I am working in this environment, that my home and my neighborhood and my 3 dogs that I have that I walk on a daily basis are not going to be in harm's way, right? Because we know some of the issues that the homeless bring with crime. Like I said, I live in a very safe neighborhood. I've actually had to put cameras up, right? I don't want to have to add more protection, and you know what I mean, and to look elsewhere for another house when I spent this amount of money because I wanted on the street, because I knew it was so safe and such a good area to live in. So we all want to be clear, if it's affordable housing, no problem. But if that means that it's a home-based housing where some of the homeless will then come, and there's drug use and there's needles, we've got so many children on this street, it's a no-go. It's really no-go. So that's where our concern is. So we just want to be clear that it's affordable housing. Seniors, no problem. I take care of seniors on a daily basis. So I think that's a great idea. But the drug use, the crime, it's just a no-go. And I agree with the other residents, like my neighbors. The traffic flow around there is insane. Like Princess Street is insane. People fly down Augusta like they're going bad out of hell. The big park it's not a park, it's the lot.
Can I put you on hold just for a second?
On family day, and they will play football and they walk their dogs. It's a very family oriented place. So we just want to make sure that it's going to stay that way.
Okay, thank you. Did you have something, Councillor Oosterhoff?
Mr. Chair, I would like a ruling. I don't think this is appropriate. This is not within the planning rationale, and it's mostly opinion. And I don't think that we should have to listen to this.
Okay. That's noted. Is there anyone else online who wishes to speak?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. I recognize Mike.
Just a sec, Councillor Glenn.
Through you, Mr. Chair, would you please clarify what is within the purview of Planning Committee? I think a little clarity, given that Councillor Oosterhoff has raised this as an issue, just so that the members of the public and those in attendance will understand what we are allowed to consider here and what we're not, and that this is just a matter of process and procedure that we must follow.
Yeah, that's true. But this is like a public forum too, so we don't consider those things of what can or cannot go in a building when we zone something. There's just that to keep in mind. Thanks. And get more info.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I think when we get around to answering the questions, I think I can provide a response that is fair and will address the question and not cause any offense to anybody.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll continue on with the questions online. Just your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mike. I'm at 218 Ellesmere. I agree with what most of the residents are saying. I'm not using this as a forum to complain. The one thing I do want to say is 2360 Princess Street is a major property. To me, the building exterior is not appealing, and it does need repair. And I understand that the applicant is just doing interior renovations to accommodate the affordable housing. I believe that there is some areas there that really need some attention. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else online that wishes to speak?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I'll recognize Suzanne.
You have 5 minutes and state your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Dostalad, and I live at 270 Ellesmere, Kingston. And I guess my question refers to the DASH record, where it states that the 107 rooms are going to be proposed as 67 so-called apartments and 40 condos. And I thought this was rental housing. So a condo is typically defined as something that's purchased. So has something changed since the D35-001-2024 record, or is that still current?
Is that your only question?
I guess a condo of 375 square feet sounds a little small. So I was wondering.
Okay, thank you. Was that all your questions and comments? Okay, so is there anyone else online who wishes to speak?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing anybody else with their hand raised.
Okay, so we'll move to the staff and applicant to answer questions.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll try and address most all the questions. However, some did come down to building maintenance and the operation, which I'll happily defer to the applicant. And I know earlier Director Park did refer to speaking on a certain topic, just about what Planning Act can and cannot cover, and I'll defer to him on that. Speaking to most recent, just because it helps us all understand the nature of the proposal, is there was a question about the DASH record indicating 107 rooms, just for absolute clarity, because if that was a data entry on the part of the applicant or an interpretation of wording, it is proposed as 107 homes, that's in total. 40 of them are to occupy that motel building in the back, and while our zoning bylaw would define that as a townhouse type of building, the other part would be a dwelling unit in a mixed use building, to use again the terminology of our zoning bylaw, and that's where the 67 homes would be located. So a total of 107. While the Planning Act doesn't really speak to the specific ownership, and nor does the zoning bylaw, it's my understanding it would be under one joint ownership that it maintains and owns all of the units. I did hear quite a bit about traffic and safety in respect to the increased traffic and the location. The applicant did submit a traffic brief, and now this will be augmented with a full traffic impact study at the time of site plan control. I would happily highlight that that traffic brief looked at the anticipated vehicle movements in and out in the AM and in the PM, and really there is only a marginal increase in terms of the overall traffic volumes that those streets already accommodate, which is 11 in and 30 out. That's an increase of 11 and an increase of 30 out in the AM, and an increase of 29 and an increase of 20 in the evening PM. So it's really in the scheme of the traffic, especially with knowing that this is two entrances off of Princess Street, and they are proposing that remain the same. That's an overall very marginal increase over what the site currently has. The rates of ratios are very similar, at least what this traffic impact brief identified in terms of the rates, and was noted earlier in the comments, and I would say that that is highly likely that just given the smaller unit and the sort of nature of the location of this site on Princess Street with the 3 regular service transit routes, express transit, that there is going to be a higher modal split pushing towards, if not public transit, active transportation, you know, with grocery stores, 2 grocery stores in walking distance. That's certainly one opportunity to avoid those vehicle trips for just picking up a carton of eggs. And that's an opportunity not afforded everybody. In terms of the income and the affordability, I will say that focusing back to housing being housing, this is an appropriate location for housing for anybody, whether that is a business owner or an employee of a business. And I think that hitting on that this is an appropriate place for housing, I think that I'll just sort of say there, and I will echo the sentiment of the second speaker that said that how affordability can be difficult, and that affordability sort of is within sort of the eyes of the beholder, and it means many different things to many different people. I think it was the third speaker that asked about phasing. While I might defer to the applicant, whether they have any immediate plans for a phase 2 or a phase 3 or anything like that, that is currently not before the city. And what this does is it just allows the existing buildings to be developed at a rate lower than was anticipated for the Princess Street corridor in this highway commercial designation, where we would ideally like to see redevelopment and future development capitalize on the infrastructure that the city has put in there, the aforementioned bus routes, the sewer systems, and to have 54% landscaped open space is an underutilization of what is a prime site. So the underlying provisions of the designation have not changed insofar as it would be exactly the same as if somebody walked in to redevelop the site with or without this permission, because again, it only hits on the existing buildings. Yeah, I know that there were several comments on traffic, so I hope that I have addressed those appropriately. And perhaps before I turn it over to the applicant, you know, the maintenance, well, I think other than just saying how I was told that it's not their immediate plan to do upgrades to the exterior of the building, recent email, they did indicate that they are already looking into that and investigating. So with that, perhaps I can defer to the applicant.
Actually, through you, Mr. Chair, I think I'll just speak to the matter I alluded to earlier. Absolutely correct that under the zoning bylaw, the Planning Act, we cannot zone for tenure or income levels. It's just not something that can be done. However, I think it's important to recognize that affordable housing is required across all low and middle income thresholds, and different programs support different levels of affordability. The project that is being considered affordable by CMHC for this is intended to provide affordable housing for moderate income working households. So the idea is this is going to be people that are employed but need a rent that is a little bit more affordable to them. So it's not going to be a programmed facility that you're going to have tenants in. So I think I'm just going to leave it at that on that one, but just to try and provide a bit of comfort level to the abutting residents, but also to let them know that the city has no control over who resides in the building. Thank you.
And go ahead, Jefferson, or whoever wants to go first.
I can speak. I'll generally echo all the comments staff have just made, but just to add on a few of the items here that perhaps weren't addressed and to clarify a couple of things. So in terms of the operation and maintenance of the site, it will be owner operated. They will have a maintenance team, essentially a site supervisor who will be responsible for landscaping, you know, typical building maintenance, all that kind of thing. So, you know, any concerns related to garbage buildup on the property, there will be an individual responsible on site every day who will be seeing that is taken care of. In terms of facade improvements, the exterior of the building, how it looks, again, as staff mentioned, there are no immediate plans to make any specific improvements. However, the ownership is budgeting for those improvements in the future. The priority right now is to bring the housing units online. So funding is being prioritized for the renovations that are required to make the building safe and bring it up to building code standards for future residents. I can't commit to any timing on facade improvements, but it is something that they are looking at in the longer term. In terms of landscaping for the property, there are no proposed changes to the landscaping, but again, there will be a property manager on site who will ensure that the current landscaping is maintained. And for the future vision of the property, that timing for phase 2, whether it's what we're calling phase 2 anyways, whatever that future redevelopment may look like, I certainly can't commit to any timing. It could be a few years, it could be 10 years. It's really not something that's defined at this time, but the ownership group is actively looking into what the future of this site could hold, and that is more in line with the city's official plan. So I realize that doesn't give any concrete answers, but it is certainly something that's being looked at and in consultation with city staff. I believe that generally covers off most of the questions. Just one of the final questions that was raised, and staff did address it, but I'd just like to clearly state these are purpose-built, purpose-existing rental units. They are not intended to be condominiumized in any fashion, so they will be rental. And I believe the only other question that I can't speak to, and maybe I would defer to Jeff from the ownership group, is with regards to whether or not the all-inclusive rental cost applies to all units, or if it's only to the 25% of units which are affordable. Jeff, I'm not sure if you can comment on that.
Jeff?
Yeah, I could. It's my turn. I'm going to address a bunch of questions I've heard. Definitely, thank you to 882 Fairfield for the endorsement. And I hear you loud and clear, the residents of Ellesmere. And I just wanted to address some of those concerns that you've had. When purchasing the property was in disarray because it was an underutilized hotel. Malinvestment was there, and the maintenance was extremely poor. And that's one of the challenges that we came into, knowing that we're going to be coming into, and we wanted to get that addressed. So to first address affordability, affordable housing doesn't mean low-income housing. It may not even mean homeless, because I know some people were worried about it turned to a homeless shelter. That is not the intent. The intent is, when we say affordable, it's just rents that people can afford, not just astronomical rents that only people that are making six figures can afford. These are your nurses, your active military members, police officers, teachers. These are the workforce housing members that we need in Kingston to serve this country, but more importantly, to serve the community. And I know we had somebody that's I think it was 273 Ellesmere, that you work at the hospital and you know that we need nurses, we need medical residences, and those are exactly the intended tenants that we want to bring in to support the community in Kingston. Additionally, I've heard we've heard that the maintenance is an issue, and that is immediately will be addressed. And we've also heard that some of the, I think, curb appeal isn't there from a resident at 218 Ellesmere. And I can commit to you that $1.8 million is earmarked for improving the exterior of the building. But our first priority is getting those units up and running so that people can address the affordable housing crisis. And then we'll address the curb appeal to make sure the community looks great and beautiful. In terms of the maintenance, we'll for sure have it regularly maintained. It'll look great. But more importantly, I heard safety is an issue in your community, where recently you have security cameras surrounding some of your house because you're afraid things will be stolen. We feel that definitely the community could have gotten more dangerous or not, but what we are committed to doing is that we will have 24-hour surveillance and security guard on site, so that if any danger that might occur in the community or in the building or outside exterior of the building, that will be reported to police, and hopefully that will increase the safety for the community overall. I cannot comment on the traffic, but I can tell you, I think it was 554 Sycamore, that the 25% is all inclusive. The remaining 75% of the units will not be inclusive. They'll be sub-metered, and water and hydro will be paid separately. Hopefully that answers all the questions from all the residents.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's answers everything I had written down. So do we have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Rosanek, seconded by Councillor Shaves. And do we have any discussion? Councillor Shaves.
I'd like to move to defer this recommendation, please.
Does he need a seconder? Yeah, so you need a seconder for that. Does anybody want a second? Councillor Rosanek? So is there any discussion? Councillor Glenn. Oh wait, does he have to, or does he have to speak? Oh yeah, so sorry, Councillor Shaves, you have the first option.
Thank you. Main reason for this is partially due to the lack of consultation. The physical notice board was only put on one side on Princess Street and not on Ellesmere, which would get more traffic from residents and being aware. I have spoken with staff and they are okay with this referral. I'm not referring for a long period of time. May 16th. To bring the report back to the NMA in order to allow the respondent to address all the concerns that have been brought up and allow for more public consultation.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I just confirm, are you talking about the May 30th meeting or the May 16th?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it would be, if we can bring it to the earlier one, we will, but if we can't make the earlier one, I'd like the flexibility to bring it back to the second one in May, so that's why I've said before the end of May.
So the latest May 30th.
Okay, Councillor Glenn.
No, I'm done.
I am disappointed that we're considering deferring this. However, I am committed to public consultation. So I will likely vote in favor of this. I do think, though, that we need to consider if we're serious about this housing crisis when we're looking at something that is, in my mind, a very modest modification. This has already been used to temporarily house people who are transient in nature coming to our community. So the impact is negligible. I think we've already had confirmation that the intent is to rent this to people who can afford to rent this. So we're not going to see members of our homeless population here. We're looking to accommodate them in a different way. You know, in terms of the affordability, I'm going to speak directly to it because we're at this motion. Representing Sydenham District, I just had a meeting with my students who are talking about the fact that a bedroom in a house is going for well over $1,100. They don't have a private bathroom or a private kitchen. So I have graduate students in medical programs who would love to live in a place like this. I have a professor, a new professor, who would probably come live up there.
Councillor Oosterhoff has a point of order.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but in a deferral, we must only address time and place, not to bring up the topic. This question at hand is deferral. Is that not clear? Is that not clear, true?
It is indeed, and I'll go along with that. So anyways, I think I've made my point clear, so I'll end it there.
Is there anyone else? Councillor Rosanek?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So this is just a 1-month deferral. Was there like a public meeting, or is this like, so this meeting tonight was like us hearing about it for the first time and also deciding, and why is that?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. the reason we brought it forward as what I would call a combined report is because it was a conversion within an existing building. There were no additions to the building proposed. It was just conversion of hotel motel rooms into residential units, so there was no expansion physically on the property, and recognizing the need for providing housing in a timely manner, we felt a combined report was suitable. With that being said, if a delay so that we can address the questions that have been raised here tonight gives Councillor Shaves some comfort level in the residents, then I don't think that is going to necessarily upend the project.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Straw.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just in reference to, I will not support a deferral. I do appreciate the councillor's intentions, but I think that we need to, I would urge the past speaker to reconsider that we have heard it well tonight. I believe the public has had a chance to speak. We understand the scope of this project is not invasive. It's within the same envelope. It's probably even less of an impact on the community than it is now. And I think we know that. And I think that we owe it to our developers. A month is a long time. And we need to keep things moving. We have a responsibility to our developers and time and the money that they're investing. And we have heard that this is a good project and it's needed. And I would say 1 month is too long. And we have enough information at hand, and the public is here. And I think most concerns are relieved now. So please, let's have the courage just to say yes, but no. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you take the chair?
I take the chair and recognize you.
So I have some questions about this. So you mentioned that there's funding from the CMHC. Would this deferral affect the application or the chances of getting funding from the CMHC for the affordable units?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I think I would ask the applicant to perhaps address that question. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, it would. Right now, the CMHQ to get financing for this project is 6 months, and by deferring by a month, what we'll do is it will we would have to resubmit application with CMHC and would delay the project in our 6 months because the queue is currently 6 months for funding.
Okay, thank you. Normally I would support deferring this, but I think because of the tight timeline and funding, and it would delay by another 6 months, and we need to have more housing now. I don't think I will support this deferral for that reason, but normally I would. Just to let that out there. Thank you.
Thank you for the very good question, Mr. Chair, and I return the chair to you.
Okay, so do you have a last word? No? Okay, so vote on the deferral. All in favor? Opposed? And that fails. So now we move back on to the regular motion. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? I think you still had some time. No? Okay. Councillor Glenn?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I think that this is really important for us to recognize as a community that we do have a very, very deep crisis. And so I started inappropriately, thank you, Councillor Oosterhoff, for clarifying, speaking to this. But the reality is we have people who are struggling to just start out, people who are moving into the next phase of living, seniors retiring, and they're all looking for a space to be. And we as a community need to be committed, I think, to delivering those spaces. This is an appropriate use of it, and I am very glad to see it. I recognize the community concerns. I think in terms of property standards, if this project moves forward and I hope that's where we're going. We do have great community standard bylaws, and we have property standard bylaws. So our bylaw department is at the ready should there be any issues. And, you know, we've had an assurance from a new owner who is committed to redeveloping this site from an underutilized space. So I think we're in a really good spot here. I'm looking forward to being able to see more people get housed and in a spot where they can access services. So I appreciate you bringing forward this and having the courage to develop in such a difficult time. Building new takes an excessive amount of time. And with the inflationary costs, people are hesitant to build. So I think that this is a great reuse of a property, and I'm fully in favor of it. Thank you.
Councillor Osanek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question through you to staff. So with the public notice sign, and it was only facing Princess Street and not facing Ellesmere, was that just an oversight, or is this a new policy when it's a corner lot?
Certainly not, and through the chair, of course. That was an oversight. Our instructions do lay out that there are to be one on each frontage. It gives examples of corner lots. I think that it was just an oversight that they perhaps did not think of Ellesmere, or just through past practice of working with other municipalities. I can't speak to how that error happened, but I will make sure that through my more rigorous oversight that it's more clearly communicated. In all other respects, we exceeded the Planning Act requirements in terms of our notice, applications being set out in the WIG standard, all material available online through Dash at anybody's convenience versus going into a municipal office. You know, that's where I would leave that at, is that we do exceed the Planning Act requirements, and that in itself is the notice on two sides or on each frontage. That is something that Kingston does that is a step above to make sure that we are going as far as we can to notify the public.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, just a follow-up question. So the posting of the sign, is that the applicant then that has the responsibility of putting up the sign, or is that our Public Works Department?
Through the chair, that's correct. And what we do is we expect them to provide a picture of that. And here, just speaking to how a series of errors, they submitted two photos, one from different angle, which was intended to help me, but of course that made me believe that there was two different signs, when in fact, only after the fact did we realize that it was the same sign with two pictures, and that way the error wasn't rectified early. It is regrettable, and again, we are going to take more conscious efforts to make sure that doesn't happen.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak? Seeing as none, so we'll take a vote. All in favor? Opposed? So it passes with Councillor Shaves in the no. Okay, so now we'll move on to the next item of business, which is a recommendation for report 485, 4091, and 4097 Bath Road, and I invite staff to introduce this report.
Good evening, members of Planning Committee, members of the public, and fellow staff. My name is Amy Didrikson. I'm a registered planner with the City of Kingston Planning Services, here to present a recommendation with respect to an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application submitted by Arcadis and Armitage Homes for 4085, 4091, and 4097 Bath Road. A public meeting was held regarding these applications in June 16th of 2022. Since this time, the applicant has been undergoing a technical review, or the applications have been undergoing a technical review, and the applicant has been working to address comments related to natural heritage, transportation, cultural heritage, noise and vibration, stormwater, and refinements to the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment before staff has been in a position to bring forward the recommendation tonight. The purpose of the applications are to permit a residential condominium, including a potential maximum of 309 dwelling units to be contained in 41 single detached houses, 66 double stacked townhouses, and 120 triple stacked townhouses. The effect of the official plan amendment is to modify the land use designations and natural heritage mapping of the official plan and to apply a new site-specific policy area. The effect of the zoning bylaw amendment is to bring the entirety of the lands into the Kingston zoning bylaw and to apply an urban multi-residential 1 zone and a protected open space zone to permit the proposed development and to protect an enhanced buffer area adjacent to Collins Creek. The recommended official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment incorporate a number of site-specific setbacks and protections that are informed by technical studies and the review of the application that I'll touch on in the following slides. So the subject property outlined in the aerial photo includes portions of the properties at 4085, 4091, and 4097 Bath Road that are residentially designated lands in the urban boundary of the city of Kingston, with a small portion in the EPA zone or EPA designation to the west. The subject lands are undeveloped and have been approved to be consolidated through 2 consent applications for lot additions approved by the Committee of Adjustment in June of 2023. The resulting retained lots at 4085 Bath Road and 4097 Bath Road will each continue to be generously sized and will continue to contain their existing uses, which include the historic farmstead at 4085 Bath Road, known as Bayview Farms, which is a listed property, and the Hugh Rankin Junior House at 4097 Bath Road, which is a Part 4 designated property under the Ontario Heritage Act. The subject property meets the locational criteria in the official plan for a medium-density development through its proximity to an arterial road, bus transit stops, and commercial uses and community facilities within walking distance. The property is located in proximity to low-density residential land uses, although it's buffered by generous setbacks and features that establish natural boundaries such as Bath Road, the CN rail line, and Collins Creek. The conceptual site plan is illustrated here, which illustrates the single detached dwellings primarily to the south of the cul-de-sac. Along the cul-de-sac, double stacked townhouses along Station Street, as well as to the northwest of the site, and triple stacked townhouses backing onto Collins Creek and to the north of the site. There are private roads throughout the development with 2 access points to Station Street that will be, and Station Street will be required to be widened and brought up to municipal standards as part of future detailed design requirements. The residential development is proposed to be a standard phased condominium. Each single detached house or stacked townhouse dwelling unit will be owned by the purchaser, and each unit will have an interest in and maintenance responsibility for the property's common property elements. The Condominium Corporation will be responsible for elements such as the private roads, surface parking areas, servicing infrastructure, landscaped areas, and park space. A few changes to highlight since the public meeting. Initially, the conceptual site plan included a total of 171 dwelling units and had a density of 22 dwelling units per net hectare, which is considered low density. The applicant has incorporated additional dwelling units to work towards the minimum density targets for large-scale developments in the official plan and to make more efficient use of land, arriving at a minimum density of 28 dwelling units per net hectare. The maximum density that would be achievable here of 40 dwelling units per net hectare is possible if noise mitigation measures are established on the Bell substation building along Station Street, and if each of the single detached dwellings incorporates 2 additional residential dwelling units consistent with the permissions that have been implemented under Bill 23, changing the Planning Act recently. This would be dependent on owner uptake of establishing those 2 additional residential units. Other notable changes as well, a 50-meter natural heritage buffer is provided alongside Collins Creek, and the stormwater management pond adjacent to the creek has been eliminated, which I'll touch on further in a later slide. These are the conceptual renderings of the triple stack townhouses, which are proposed to be 3.5 stories in height. There is exemption in the zoning bylaw amendment to allow for some additional height to accommodate this concept, which would reach a 13-meter maximum height, which exceeds the maximum height permitted in adjacent residential zones by 2.3 meters. A height map has been incorporated into the zoning amendment to identify where this additional height can be located on the property, where it can be buffered, and where a transition can be provided from built heritage resources in the area specifically. Each stacked townhouse dwelling will have a surface parking space, and there's standards in the zoning bylaw around visitor parking and car share parking as well. Here are some conceptual renderings of the double stacked townhouses, again with some slight increase in height above the standard in the surrounding zones to a maximum of 11.8 meters. And again, the height map designates where this height is appropriate on the site. For the double stacked townhouse dwellings, they're proposed to have a garage in the rear that would accommodate a parking space, as well as bike parking. And amenity is provided through rear yard areas between the townhouses and the garages, as well as balconies and rooftop amenity space. The concept for the single detached houses is shown in renderings and elevations here, with private amenity area provided at the rear of the dwellings in a rear yard, and that will be established through an exclusive use permission in the condominium plan. So there have been a number of pieces of correspondence submitted with respect to the proposed development since the notice was issued last month, and I've grouped these into 5 areas of interest that I'll speak to in the next few slides. Notably, traffic. A number of questions and concerns have been raised regarding increased traffic in the area and concerns regarding the additional dwelling units that will be introduced in this context. Specifically, residents have called for a traffic signal at the intersection of Bath Road and Station Street to allow for safer turning movements, specifically mentioning turning left into the city. It's important to emphasize that at this stage of the Planning Act approvals process, there is a traffic impact study submitted in support that's assessed the maximum potential number of dwelling units that has been reviewed to the satisfaction of the MTO and our transportation staff for the purposes of the OPA and ZBA, that does not recommend intersection upgrades based on the traffic counts and projections, but important to highlight that an updated TIS will be required as part of a future site plan control application and detailed design. And the updated TIS will be required to be reviewed to the satisfaction of the MTO, city engineering staff. I should also highlight that since Bath Road in this area is under the jurisdiction of the MTO, any upgrades would need to be authorized by the province. A number of comments received have expressed concern with respect to potential impacts on a range of environmental features such as Collins Creek, local wildlife, fish habitat, and biodiversity. There are a number of features, natural heritage features in this city's natural heritage system that are primarily concentrated along the west side of the property, such as Collins Creek and the associated provincially significant wetland, riparian habitat along the creek, as well as valley land and significant woodland. Due to the adjacency and the presence of these features on the subject property, the proposal was evaluated through a comprehensive environmental impact study submitted with the application. The primary recommendation of the EIS that was arrived at in consultation with the CRCA was the establishment of a 50-meter buffer adjacent to Collins Creek. And just to highlight, this is in excess of the 30-meter buffer that's required typically to protect watercourses and riparian habitat throughout the city. The enhanced buffer applies in this case where the valley land is understood to start based on the EIS and survey information. And protecting this area in its natural state serves numerous objectives, such as protecting the valley land from soil erosion and protecting riparian habitat. The EIS has concluded that no negative impacts will result to the significant natural heritage features and functions based on the evaluation, and this report has been reviewed to the satisfaction of the CRCA. Incorporating associated protections into the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment was a key focus of the planning staff's efforts in the technical review of the application. There are a number of trees on the property, and residents have expressed concern that the proposal will result in adverse impacts to significant woodlands. The center image is the existing natural heritage mapping of the property in the official plan, with the significant woodland area shown in dark green and the contributory woodland area shown in light green. The official plan amendment will increase the area of significant woodland adjacent to Collins Creek, as shown on the far right image. This is where the woodland serves a significant function alongside the creek. And the EIS has made this recommendation, which has been supported by the CRCA. Trees within the contributory woodland area will be preserved where possible. A detailed tree preservation plan will be required as part of a future site plan control application that will need to identify where trees in this area can be preserved, and compensation will be required for removals. It's important to highlight that in this proposal, there is a significant amount of landscaped open space on the conceptual site plan, and as a result, there is certainly an opportunity here to preserve and plant trees as part of the detailed design and next steps. Several public comments and questions have centered around stormwater management on site and have questioned whether and how stormwater will outlet into Collins Creek, with associated concerns around natural heritage and water quality. The initial proposal presented at the 2022 public meeting included a large stormwater pond. This has been eliminated due to the ground disturbance that this would result in adjacent to the creek, and instead a combination of overland flow and underground piping and storage is proposed. The updated stormwater plan is shown here, and this is at a conceptual level in the bottom right image. I understand that a portion of the site on the west side will drain to Collins Creek, along with water quality measures that will be required in accordance with the city standards, the CRCA's standards, and in this case, the MOE will also have oversight over the oil grit separator that's proposed through their environmental compliance approval process. The type of stormwater outlet is not detailed in the report available at this stage, and I understand that an outlet could take the form of a pipe or a swale. I understand that, staff followed up specifically with the CRCA on this point, who have reviewed the stormwater management concept as well as the natural heritage features through the technical review, and they've advised that as this component of the servicing will occur in the natural heritage buffer area, an ecologist will need to inform where and how the stormwater outlet should be located. And I understand that there will be some discrete disturbance associated with this work, and this will need to be evaluated further through an updated EIS. Again, this level of analysis and detail will be required through the site plan application process. Public comments have also expressed interest and concern for the protection of an archaeological site that's been identified and registered with the province through the archaeological assessment of the property. This site is a mill race and a landscape feature that once extended almost 300 meters from a former mill pond on the north of the CN rail tracks to the former mill on Collins Creek. And the purpose of this feature was to convey water to the mill, and it's essentially a man-made trench. A conservation strategy has been developed for this site by the applicant's consultant archaeologist in consultation with City Heritage Services staff and the province. The conservation strategy includes protecting a portion of the feature in place and avoiding any disturbance through a minimum 5-meter setback, as shown in the concept plan for the development. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, there's an area that has a dashed red line. That's the setback alongside the mill race feature in an open space area. The remaining portion of the mill race has been documented through detailed recording in the Stage 3 archaeological assessment. And in this case, documentation is a form of conservation. But this portion will be filled in through a controlled burial so that the development can proceed as shown in this image according to the proposal. Just returning briefly to the official plan amendment recommended here to enable the development that's been supported by technical studies and refined through the technical review. The recommendation includes adjusting the land use designation schedule to establish an open space designation within 50 meters of Collins Creek where there isn't already an environmental protection area that will remain. A new site-specific policy area on the subject lands will be established that permits the residential condominium at a minimum density of 28 dwelling units per net hectare, which would be the minimum of 218 dwelling units. It also includes adjusting the natural heritage layers in Schedule 8 to reflect the refined understanding of the areas of significant woodland and significant valley land as per the environmental impact study submitted. This includes expanding the significant woodland area adjacent to Collins Creek to cover the area within the 50-meter buffer. The recommended zoning bylaw amendment replaces the existing multiple zones that apply to the property with a URM1 zone over the residentially designated lands and an OS1 zone, which is a protected open space zone, over the area adjacent to Collins Creek. The exception overlay recommended for the URM1 zone is quite complex as it establishes setbacks and separation distances without standard lot lines around individual units forming part of the condominium. But I won't get into the details of that here tonight, but unless there are questions around that, but highlights of the zoning provisions are included here and a more detailed description is included in the staff report. A holding overlay is also recommended to ensure additional technical requirements are satisfied prior to the applicant being in a position to obtain building permits. This includes requirements such as ensuring there's adequate servicing capacity available through the proposed connections to municipal services, implementing noise mitigation, and various other agreements and studies. Finally, staff are recommending approval of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment before the committee, which would enable the compatible intensification of an underutilized site within the urban boundary in a location that meets the official plan criteria for medium density development. The residential development proposal will introduce a minimum of 218 dwelling units into a low vacancy market and make sufficient use of lands given localized constraints and features requiring specialized protection and setback distances. The basis for this recommendation is expanded upon much greater detail in the staff report, including the consistency with the provincial policy statement and conformity with the official plan. In terms of next steps, should the committee recommend approval, the proposal will require a site plan control application and a final plan of condominium application, as well as a holding symbol removal application as part of next steps and next approval processes. And I should highlight that the final plan of condominium will include a recommendation to Planning Committee and Council, so another present public application in a public forum prior to final approval. The approval of a site plan control application is delegated to staff unless a council motion to bump up the application is passed. With that, I'll conclude, but happy to answer any questions, and the applicant and several of their agent team are here as well.
Okay, are there any questions from the committee? Councillor Osanek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do have several questions. One of them is about one of the last slides. We just saw the heritage impact study on page 333 of the draft bylaw, and we saw it on the slide. It's recommending just a minimum of 5 meters to the archaeology, like to the mill race. And Michael Berry, who I believe did the heritage impact statement, he said a minimum of 10 meters is normally applied.
Through you, Chair. Yes, the setback distance that's been recommended in this case is 5 meters, and that was arrived at in consultation, I understand, with an archaeological review officer. This is a relatively unique feature, and I don't think there's a lot of comparable cases to this. I'm not certain of the circumstances where the 10-meter setback would be applied, but I know the applicants, I believe their heritage consultant is here and may be able to speak to that. But in this case, a 5-meter setback was agreed upon by the province and was also discussed with City Heritage Services staff.
Is there any other comment then, like you just said, that the heritage person is here? Because I just don't understand why Michael Berry's 10-meter minimum was ignored.
Is there someone here who can speak to that? Go ahead.
Good evening.
Hi, it's Mark Gladys here.
I was going to say good evening. My name is Nancy Wortman. I'm hoping to direct the question to Mark Gladys, who is online. So if the clerk can recognize Mark Gladys, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Mark?
Good evening, everyone. The councillor is referencing the archaeological assessment. I did the heritage impact statement for the municipality. And my understanding is that there was extensive consultation with ministry staff as well as city staff regarding the establishment of that 5-meter setback. So I can't speak to it in detail why it wasn't 10 meters. However, that seems to be a standard methodology that was accepted by staff.
All right, thank you. And then a question to staff. How come the heritage impact statement was not peer reviewed? Usually I'm in a lot of meetings where those things do get peer reviewed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the peer review process is typically identified early on in the process, and in this case, there wasn't. Our Heritage Services staff didn't request that peer review process. It's
through the chair. So
That is a question that we've checked in with our heritage planning team on, and they've noted that in this case, on their review of the application, heritage planning staff exercised their judgment and found that a peer review of the submitted HIS was not necessary for this application. They do continue to retain the right to request one in the future at a later date if that's found to be necessitated, but they did not feel it was necessary in this case.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, was there any Indigenous consultation? And if not, why not? Because this is an Indigenous area.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair. Indigenous consultation is something that the federal government, provincial government, and we as the City of Kingston are starting to undertake for development on our properties, or when we're undertaking studies that would affect or involve the Indigenous consultation. An example of that would be the North Kingstown secondary plan. In this case, because it is a private development is not under the same obligation to to consult with Indigenous communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, for the 9 units and then the 18 units that are backing onto the 50-meter buffer, can we please ensure that there's going to be a fence, a solid fence across those backyards so that the homes cannot, like people cannot put sheds and whatnot into the 50-meter buffer that's supposed to be left as pristine forest?
Through you, Mr. Chair, site plan control would be the stage where we would address fencing details, but certainly that request has come up as part of the recent correspondence, and we'll certainly look to that as part of next steps.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, for that 50-meter buffer, can we please ensure that there's not going to be any trails being built through there?
Yes, sorry, again, through you, Mr. Chair, the open space zone that has been applied over the 50-meter buffer would permit conservation uses only, which does not include passive recreation. It's intended to preserve features in their natural state.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, our official plan calls for green infrastructure in new subdivisions. What green infrastructure is going up in this?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I understand that swales are a form of green infrastructure, allowing for infiltration into the ground. I believe that's one of the features that might be considered green infrastructure in this case. But yes.
If I can add to that, thank you through you, Mr. Chair, is I think the additional 20 meters that has been added to the buffer zone would constitute that. Green infrastructure, the stormwater holding tanks is one form of that, as opposed to letting them just flow into the system directly. So those would be 2 examples of green infrastructure associated with this development.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what about EV chargers? Availability for the residents in the condo?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not a requirement that we have in the zoning bylaw right now, but if that is something the applicant would like to speak to and is something they are proposing to do on the site, then I would ask them to maybe address that question.
Does the applicant wish to address this?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Nancy Wortman, planner from Arcadis, acting on behalf of the applicant. As Amy has indicated, the project, if approved, will be subject to site plan control, and that's certainly something that we can look at that time. I can't give you a firm answer right now just because we aren't at that level of detail, but I've noted it, and the applicant is present tonight and has also noted.
Thank you. Okay, you have the 50-meter buffer, and then right below the railway track in that far west corner, you have the berm for noise mitigation for the CN track, and then the berm goes down a little bit like that. In that one area, can we leave the trees, please? I can submit this, I have it highlighted. And for the park that's at this bottom of Bath Road area where the single-family homes are, if that park could be left in its most natural area, it's got a lot of trees in it, and I believe the Heritage Impact Statement also calls for the protection of the trees in this bottom area here. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to provide some comfort to Councillor Osanek, I know the project engineer is on the call, and this is something we have talked about. Again, we just aren't at the detailed grading stage to know what trees we could preserve and what we can't. But I've definitely noted your comment, and we're of similar minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, just some questions about the stormwater management system that's proposed. So yeah, we saw the slide deck that was up there. So I was kind of shocked, like I only found out today from some residents that informed me that the stormwater management system is actually going to be a pipe or a swale going through this 50-meter buffer zone, right? If you look at our aerial views of the forest, we're only saving the 50 meters, and the forest, like above the slope is another at least 100 meters across to the west. So I was hoping that this 50-meter buffer would be preserved. Now I'm hearing that a pipe is going to go through it. Is it going to go, a pipe or a swale, is it going to go straight across, or is it going to be zigzagging all the way through the woods? I'm really concerned about the impact of construction vehicles in our 50-meter buffer, which is all the forest gets reduced to. So there's going to be construction vehicles, the digging up, so obviously even more trees are going to be lost. Already we're taking out over 500 trees. So is the pipe just going to go straight across, or what's that going to look like?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we actually have the project engineer and project biologist online joining us, so if the clerk could recognize them when they raise their hands, I think they'd be best suited to answer the question.
Rob, you may speak. Oh, or Murray, whichever.
To Councillor Senek's question about the pipe through the buffer zone, it would be a very narrow corridor, both for construction and even narrower in its final form when it's been backfilled and revegetated. So with the assistance of Mr. Snetzinger to determine the most appropriate route, we could select a route that has the least impact on the buffer zone. We have flexibility in our stormwater design to move that outlet pretty much anywhere along the length of the creek, within our property, of course.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I see. So when we just heard staff say that a specific EIS will have to be made for the design of how the pipe will go through the 50-meter zone. That EIS study is going to be done by your EIS company? Like, staff won't pick an EIS company. It's going to be the applicant's EIS company, and you're going to use the same EIS company. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, Murray?
Yes, that's my understanding. Rob, if you would care to speak to that. Rob's been involved to date and will continue to be involved as we get into the more detailed design at that site plan approval.
You have 30 seconds.
Sure. I just want to go into traffic. I know that some of our residents will be speaking about traffic concerns as well. So it looks like the traffic impact study that was submitted as part of this application did not take into consideration the buildings along Bath Road as they exist today. So they did not take into effect, like Edith Rankin United Church or the Collins Bay Boat Launch. Or Bella Bistro restaurant. Is that correct?
Yes, go ahead.
Good night, everyone. My name is Cassel Prince. I am a senior traffic engineer with Aegis Canada. With regard to the traffic analysis that was conducted, new traffic data was collected for the analysis, and the data collected would have taken all of those things into consideration.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, so I'll leave it at this, but it did take boat launch. So even though it was done on January 11th, you forecasted what the boat launch traffic would be?
Could you repeat that? If it forecasted?
I saw that the revised traffic impact study is for January 2024, that the traffic date that it was assessed was January 11th, and the boat launch, like, no one's in the water. So you were able to consider what traffic would be at the boat launch in and off Bath Road?
With regard to that specific site, we wouldn't take into consideration the specific traffic from the site. What was taken into account was all the traffic that was on the roadway at that point in time, in addition to projected growth that was agreed with city staff for the study that would account for any growth on Bath Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wait for a second round of questions when we get there. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you'll have to move that, but yeah. Is there any other questions from committee members? Councillor Shaves?
Thank you. Just piggybacking on Councillor Sanik's one question about the barrier fence on the back portion. I know within residential neighborhoods, especially this time of year, or now with the climate change, it being quite windy, I just want to confirm that there will be a barrier or fence along the back in order to prevent flying debris from garbage collection going into the wetlands and other areas.
Again, through you, Mr. Chair, the detail regarding fencing will be addressed further as part of site plan control, but I believe the applicant is taking these comments into consideration for the next steps.
Okay, thank you. In regard to Station Street, will there be traffic calming measures considered, considering the school is on the opposite side?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I understand from transportation staff that traffic calming measures on Station Street will be explored as part of next steps. I had a specific note in my presentation that I hadn't got into that detail. Yeah, so Station Street would be included as part of a future community safety zone and the city would apply the necessary speed limit reduction. And the city would also work with the applicant to ensure the necessary features are in place to support safe movement of pedestrians to the school as part of the detailed design of the residential development as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think I saw in here a couple of things that were a little confusing or contradictory about cash in lieu for parkland, as well as a basically 1,400 square meter park north of Bath Road. So will there actually be a usable park with equipment for the residents in that area?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the park that's shown on the conceptual plan is part of the amenity space for residents and would be a private park. So that's not land that's being dedicated to the city as part of the parkland component. The applicant is providing cash in lieu of parkland in this case.
Okay, I can accept that, but the question is, will there be a park for the residents to use?
Yes, apologies. Through you, Mr. Chair, the park is available for residents. It's intended to be a private park for all single detached dwelling residents as well as townhouse dwelling residents, as far as I understand.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. In regards to new plantings, I don't know this is going to come as a surprise, but will it include vegetation that is pollinator friendly and provide food source for wildlife during the off seasons?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the landscaping, we will be requiring a tree planting plan as part of the site plan control application. The ability for us to secure landscaping has been limited by Bill 23, but the applicant might be able to comment on what they might explore as part of the site plan control process.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just to reiterate what Ms. Didrikson said, we will have a tree planting plan, and the applicant's intention is to landscape and design gardens within the site. And I've made a note about the pollinator-friendly species. We just aren't at the point where we've gotten to that level of detail, but that will be relayed to the applicant and something we can think about moving forward.
Thank you. I understand we're not at that point yet, but I'd like to plant that seed now before it gets too late. And considering we have issues with our pollinators. And I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from committee members? Councillor Oosterhoff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. So just related to the trees that are there, I understand that we're all very concerned about the trees. What efforts have been made to preserve any trees possible and in the roadways and the placement? Is that something that will be intentionally and with peer review so that we really know that we're going to try to save every tree possible there with the roadways and in the very, very, very unique property there. So very beautiful. And I've been there and just hope that we do our very best there. How can we be assured of that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can offer that our forestry staff are very interested in reviewing the tree preservation plan that will be required as part of this, and as stated through the technical review that despite the fact that the contributory woodland has less sort of protections in place, we would be, due to the fact we have a climate emergency and we're trying to increase urban canopy, that they will be looking for protection wherever possible as part of the future detailed design. So it'll be closely examined by our forestry staff and planning staff as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear that, and I'll trust the process. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? No. Lisa, I'm assuming you wanted to do more?
I can wait till after the public questions.
Okay. So since it's like 8:17, I will suggest we do a recess so we can just stretch and then come back to the public questions. 5 minutes sounds good for everyone? Right. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Okay, we could do that. It's just, yeah, some people have to go to the bathroom and things, so just this one. Okay, so if you can state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Mark Baroness Sorensen. 981 Victoria Street. I think there's some slides that would be helpful. Before it comes up, I'll note that it seems to be that the forest is designated as somehow secondary and supporting forest. It's an old growth forest. I don't know how it could be any less than, counted as at less than that. That's not the slide I'm looking for, but I'll carry on. There is a very significant fish run rapids and mature old growth forest where Collins Creek meets Collins Bay. It's a significant area of both very great natural biodiversity and simultaneously an extremely significant biodiversity corridor that has represented an important food resource over the millennia. As such, it's clear that there must have been a significant occupation here since time immemorial. To explain the slide, it's a panorama. You're looking up and down the creek in opposite directions. And you're looking towards the western side, towards the eastern side from the western side. I should point out also that there is essentially no actual riparian zone since the eastern side is a sheer cliff. It's mature forest on top. It's also karst and full of sinkholes. I haven't seen that taken account of in the drainage. I have spoken to and heard from both local archaeologists and Indigenous people that confirm that long-term and repeated habitations covering many thousands of years are essentially certain to have been in this exact spot. It's well understood that such a rich resource of fish available both in spawning runs and throughout the year, especially as it is immediately accessible to Lake Ontario directly, with abundant access to extensive wetlands full of waterfowl, would inevitably attract long-term habitation throughout the prehistorical period. Yet I'm told, although without any available documentation, that phase 1, 2, and 3 archaeological studies have been submitted for this property. I deeply question any such document which fails to note this significant fish run rapids in such an auspicious, accessible, and obvious habitation site. Are these documents actually available for criticism? What kind of survey was done? Similarly, I understand that a tree survey was done on site, and a very long list of tree species, including a great many centenarians, were found. And yet, the large number, 20 plus maybe, of old growth white pines were somehow overlooked. You can see them in this picture. Everything that is in green on the other side are pines, very large pines. This is a very peculiar oversight and throws a very poor light on the job done. There is a small stand of Taxus canadensis, the Canada yew, known in the US predictably as the American yew, found on the west side of the creek. The Canada yew is a rare species notable for its cancer-fighting compounds. The presence of this rare plant indicates a site that has had minimal disturbance over the centuries. Canada yew is highly intolerant of disturbance. The late successional forest habitats that are optimal for this species are getting hard to find. Such undisturbed places are extremely rare in general, and to find it in such a long, densely occupied area is particularly significant. That such a diverse, undisturbed, old-growth forest should also represent a critical wildlife corridor with running water is especially propitious. It is absolutely essential to safeguard and conserve such a densely biodiverse pinch point as this is. I note that pledge number 15 of the Biodiversity Protocol that the city just signed commits the city to ensure that equitable and effective participation of Indigenous peoples and local communities in decision-making and in the process of knowledge acquisition and
30
transmission.
seconds.
It's hardly possible to effectively participate when the publicly commissioned archaeological assessments are not being actively shared with the local Indigenous community or the local community at large, nor are the people, Indigenous or generally, being involved with the process of knowledge acquisition and transmission or given any place in decision-making without actual participation. Good words are not enough. Good words must be accompanied by actual actions. The exact same applies to the specific biodiversity commitments that the city has pledged
Thank you.
to honor.
That's 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take our 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back and continue with the public comments. Okay, so we'll call back the meeting. If everybody wants to have their seats. So we'll get back to the public portion of the meeting. Was there anyone else who wished to speak? Yeah, go ahead. State your name and address, and you have 5 minutes. You know the drill.
I have several images. My name is Robert McInnes. I live on Sydenham Street, downtown Kingston. And I'm here tonight to talk on behalf of the forest that we're going to lose and all the creatures that live there and all the plants. This first image is an image put up by the Natural Resources Canada, and it shows the urban area with almost no forest. And we have done this to our city over the last 100 years or so, because former to that we had quite a lot of forest. And here we go again, where we're planning to destroy a significant piece of woodland, and a piece of woodland which is mature. Now, we obviously cannot afford to lose any more forests, as you can see. And we know that we are constantly losing forest all over our country, and that this is probably one of the places where we would be less likely to lose a forest through a forest fire. So this is something that we have to take into mind when we decide whether we're going to take down a forest or not. Now, I know this forest doesn't belong to the city, it belongs to a landowner, but the landowner is responsible for this because it's our natural heritage, and the natural heritage belongs to everybody, not just to the owner of the property. This is similar to the natural heritage we have for buildings, and we give them protection because we realize that they belong to every citizen. I'd like the second slide, please. Now, this is an aerial view of the area. The yellow outline there is the site, and there is a red outlined area. And this is an area which in the past was called Miles Square. And at one time, the city was proposing to extend the boundaries of the property into that area, and there was a huge outcry because this is a huge forested area, and it's full of wildlife because it's also full of wetlands. And we are right on the edge of it, where the confluence of the creek and the lake come. I'd like to image number 3 now, please. This side is something that the city has put together, and it shows a significantly important wetlands and the biocorridor from the wetlands that goes through and past the site. Biologists who study these things tell us that corridors for wildlife to move through are exceedingly important to maintaining biodiversity. And we know we have a constant loss of biodiversity. Could I have image 4, please? So here is another map produced by the city, and it shows the corridors. These are the corridors that wildlife uses in order to be able to get through the woodland, to get along the wetland, and eventually to get into the lake. Again, it's extremely important that we try to preserve these as well as we can. I'd like image number 5, please. This shows the proposed development with a hatched area over the woodland. Now, I don't know if you have been to the site, but I have. And I can tell you that the area which is marked in red, which is the area where the part of the development is going, is a
You have
mature,
30 seconds.
is a mature woodland, and that we need to preserve it. Now, there was some discussion tonight about preserving some of the trees on there. My experience in the building industry, and it's a long one, is that that is not practical. You go into the site, you take probably, because of the density here, you take probably every living thing off the site, and then you build, and then you plant some on top of it.
Thank you. That's been 5 minutes.
Thank you for your time.
And you wanted to speak? Yeah, go ahead. You can come sit to, I think, one of these mics if you can. Yeah, you can come to this one at the end. Just state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. My name is Bill Campbell. I'm a resident of Kingston West. My address is 1467 Tamarack Street, K7M 7J2. This council chambers brings back many good memories for me. 20 years ago, I actually sat in this chair in front of me. And thoroughly enjoyed sitting here for a period of 6 years. Anyway, I should mention that I did put together my delivery a few nights ago, and I just received a report from planning staff, which I appreciate. Although I received it at 11 o'clock today, and I didn't have a chance to really review it the way I'd like to. I mean, there very well could be answers in there that could take care of some of the questions that I'm actually going to bring up with my delivery. I'm going to thank you for the opportunity to present my observations respecting the proposed residential development with a total of 208 or 309 question residential units, all creating vehicles, possibly as many as, in my opinion, 350 to 450, exiting onto Highway 33, the Loyalist Parkway, daily. I consider this proposed development to be very unique, so unique that it is possibly the only such residential development considered for approval by the City of Kingston. Of course, the city regularly reviews and approves many residential development proposals, and most are actually approved. All 3 levels of government, federal, provincial, and municipal, have developed policies intended to generate new affordable housing. Kingston is not the exception. Our city clearly recognizes the need for affordable housing and has many incentives to encourage this affordable housing. I strongly agree with the need for affordable housing in our community. The approval process generally involves a number of agencies that are required to review the development proposal at this stage for comments and approval. My main concern with this residential development application is the traffic impact study. I have reviewed the traffic impact study, I guess it's called the TIS, submitted by the developer and apparently approved by the Ministry of Transportation staff and I have no explanation for approval. Also approved by the city transportation staff. And again, when I wrote this, there was no explanation for approval. And of course, I wrote down a question. Is this a transparency issue? It would appear to me that the MTO and city simply approved this report because it was prepared for the developer by an engineering company. And I do have information on that as well, but I won't deal with that at this particular time. This study indeed is impressive, but in my opinion, does not accurately reflect the magnitude of this development, and especially the impact of the new traffic flowing onto Highway 33. Now, at the time I called it a study. Study is a textbook traffic impact study, class 101. Yes, the study is thorough, or is it? It has aerial photographs, future AM and PM flow predictions, traffic charts, and it goes on and on and on. Surprisingly,
You have 30
this
seconds.
study does not address basic features of the immediate neighborhood that will also be impacted. For example, literally hundreds of vehicles daily will pass directly by the Collins Bay Public School, located on Station Street. Parents, teachers, buses, and students will all be impacted. I'm told the school also has an after-school program. As well, there is a Bell Canada Depot
That's been
located
5
on
minutes.
Station Street.
That's been your 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Yeah. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak?
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead. Just state.
Hello? Okay, I'll try and keep this brief and quieter. My name's Jeff Dick. I live at 558 Rankin Crescent. I didn't prepare any kind of big speech, so I'll try and keep it to the point. Upon looking at some of the mapped images there, I could draw some attention to the mill pond, which much of that water disappears during the low flow to no flow seasons of the year, which it is directed then under most of the planned high density houses that you plan to put in. That water does drain into, I'm looking at this map, which maybe some of you have seen before, but the lots 4094, 4090, and over to the boat launch, there's a steady flow of that river all year round that comes out there when the Collins Bay Creek dries up during the rest of the season. So you're going to have all that water flowing under the properties that are to go in, and I wonder if with, as you put it, the underground or the fractured properties that will be going in with the demolition, how much of that limestone, which we know is very porous and easily dissolvable, will start to create sinkholes in that area. With that flow, it will also redirect the water away from the river. I'm a user of the river when it comes to kayaking and other recreational sports. I see a lot of people out there fishing. It's a heavily used and appreciated spot. So even little impacts like excavation there will have an impact on the whole river. So right now they're spawning, the fish are, so it is an attraction for the community members that like to go down and enjoy the woodlands. I can touch on the traffic there, that if you do lower the speed and put in a traffic light, especially around the school area, it might promote cars to race through yellow lights and then right into a school zone, which is disastrous to me, especially since I've had little ones go to that school. and we see the speed of drivers come out of that parking lot to meet the pace of the rest of the flow of cars through that area. People will drive the way they do, and especially when they're entering a long stretch of road there that is a gateway to many communities along the northern shore. When you talk about that, these are 3 stacked, triple stacked houses. That's a really good way to put it. They will be stacked. Is there enough parking to accommodate what I'm now hearing 309 or 305 dwellings? If each person were to have half of that many cars coming out, that would be a significant impact on the intersections and the flow of traffic through there. Yeah, I could go on till the end of the 5 minutes, but I'll just stop it here. But there you go. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? You had your hand up first. Just say your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Doug Huddle. I live on 702 Carnaby Street in the west end of Kingston, Collins Bay. I am a trustee with Edith Rankin United Church. So this development is directly opposite the church, L Street. We have concerns about the traffic specifically. We submitted 8 reasons to the planning department why we thought that traffic signals were required and a realignment of Station Street. Station Street being, as you know, the only entrance into this subdivision, specifically entrance and coming out right adjacent to the school and opposite our church. Those questions were passed on, I believe, to the transportation staff here in the city. They replied to our concerns. They were adequate. The replies were adequate, but I believe, looking into them a little more, they seem to be direct quotes from the traffic impact study. That's all they were, just direct quotes from the traffic impact study. I don't believe the traffic impact study is correct. I believe there's too many errors in the traffic information study. I think there's too many assumptions, and I'm not too sure that they did enough investigation. As Councillor mentioned, did they do studies on the how many vehicles were coming in and out of the boat launch? Our parking lot at the church is almost full on Sunday mornings because we can't even get in to go to church. There's a section in here that says, the Edith Rankin Church, there would be no impact on the traffic on Highway 33, a 3-lane arterial road, one street coming out onto a 3-lane arterial road. Highway 33, which is probably one of the busiest arterial roads in the city of Kingston. And with the development in Bath and Amherstview, the way that's going on, I can't see that traffic diminishing at all. They suggested there be no traffic coming out of Edith Rankin Church. Edith Rankin Church is basically no longer a church. It is a community center. It operates 7 days a week from 8 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. You can never go by there. We have no room left to rent. We rent that place continually to VON, we rent it to AA, we rent it to Girl Guides. There's all kinds of people. So that was never included in the study. Our requests that we sent in were specifically for a set of traffic lights and a realignment of the new subdivision that's planned to go in there. So we just think that that should be considered. It does say here that the TSI will be updated as part of the site plan control. I hope it is. I hope it's updated, and I hope they get the right information in it before it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No? Okay, go ahead. You with the cars on your shirt. Just state your name and address. And you have 5 minutes.
Greg Anthony. I live on 566 Sycamore Street, Kingston K7M 7L8. As you can see by this T-shirt that I'm wearing, this Collins Bay suggests that I'm concerned about the traffic, like you've already heard this evening. I was wondering, from the sketches I saw, was there a provision for an exit ramp like we have on Sycamore? Would there be an exit ramp contemplated into the new subdivision? I didn't see that, so maybe this is at a too preliminary level to get that answer. Our councillor Osanek mentioned, and I like the idea of fencing on the 15-meter backyards of the western side of the subdivision, but you did mention you didn't want to see trails going behind that or west of that. And our neighborhood, as you know, being a resident, is famous for trails. We love trails. And to see us denied another trail is unfortunate. I would like to see that area, or at least one trail entry into it. I could go on. I'm not sure what level we're at this meeting to get real detailed, but that seems to be the default reference. Well, we don't have the details. Well, I want to see details. Will they be sent to the residents, or do we have to go online and keep checking for that literature to be made available? There's just not enough answers tonight that satisfy some of the people here, most of the people here. Anyway, that covers the short question period. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Like before, just state your name, address, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Stacy Hunt, and I live at 4094 Bath Road, which is directly opposite the proposed development. I share the concerns of everyone else in terms of the environment, in terms of traffic as well. But the additional point that I'd like to raise is that probably nobody knows this, but on my property on the east side, there's a steady stream that runs between the two houses, runs all year long, and runs from the north into the south into the lake. I'm very concerned about the impact of excavation and what that would do to my property, potentially my neighbor's property. In terms of, right now it's between our houses. I'm concerned it might go through one of our houses if this were to proceed. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that wishes to speak? Yeah, go ahead. You know the drill, name, address, 5 minutes.
Hello again, my name is Joel Thompson. I reside at 882 Clearfield Crescent. Question for the applicant. Could you please confirm that the traffic study does not take into consideration that if this project is delayed and the future prospective buyers move to Loyalist, specifically Amherst View, what their impact on the road would be instead of this subdivision? And I'm also curious if the applicant can confirm what the carbon offset is, if the current trees that are expected to be removed are removed. And then a question to staff, is there any consideration that instead of the applicant paying a monetary amount for each tree removed, we then figure out a one-to-one for a carbon offset of let's just not wait any longer to like go plant trees later. Let's figure out what the offset is that's being lost and how many seedlings it takes to be planted to immediately do a one-to-one. And then we've got a benefit into the future of we've now immediately made up for this offset. And now as they grow, we're just offsetting even more into the future, because my understanding with the current policy is, well, we're going to plant something, but we might have to wait 25 years for it to be as mature as what we just cut down. So there's got to be a ratio out there somewhere of what is being lost and how much would need to be replaced today to offset that exact number today. I don't know if there's a policy that could be considered or something to that effect, so that I think it's the only win-win-win scenario that works for the environment, people to get houses, and the developer. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Seeing as no one else, we'll move to, or was there anyone online?
Can I go again? No?
No, you can't go again, unfortunately.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are members wishing to speak online. I will recognize Jason Harris first.
Just state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jason Harris, and I live at 580 Rankin Crescent, K7M 7L4. I was glad to hear councillors speaking about trusting in public consultation and process tonight. The OECD states that public consultation can improve transparency and decision quality through a number of means. One of those means is by providing a quality check on administration's assessments. Through my own assessment of the records that I've made available, I have identified a number of deficiencies, some of which you've already heard about tonight. Specifically, DASH records are incomplete, non-existent, or shared with the public on a timeline that prevents meaningful public organization engagement or both. Mr. Campbell shared that he received a study just at today sometime. The CRCA report about the buffer was posted just 6 business days before this meeting. Additionally, city staff accept professional reports that do not adhere to the regulations set out by their governing bodies. For instance, stormwater reports that lack professional engineering seals and certificate of authentications. These registered city planners should be conversant with the reports that they're dealing with and should be rejecting reports that aren't appropriately documented by those professions. We also have proponent consultants who have the apparent conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest. Specifically, the ecological consultant working for this developer is also on retainer by the city to review developer plans. Along the same lines with this consultant, this consultant has been criticized through expert testimony under the Ontario Land Tribunal right now for the tannery for providing analysis, conclusions, and applying methodologies that are not aligned with EIS standards. Again, where is the check from the city planning staff? There's a lack of documentation and transparency, or both, relating to the City of Kingston's design requirements. There are a number of in my submission, my written submission, I highlighted on the city's planning website 3 out of 4 links to planning checklist documents, processes are broken and have been for quite some time. There's lack of public documentation, transparency, or both relating to the analysis that the city staff has done. We see the analysis by the departments, but we do not see the city staff's analysis against policies and statements such as the Ontario Provincial Policy Statement, the Natural Heritage Reference Manual, the City of Kingston Official Plan, all parts, not just the parts that they want to assess against, specifically Section 2.1.1, Sustainable Development for Urban Access, Adjacent Lands, and Section 6.1.8, Land Use and Natural Heritage designations specified in the schedules and attached to the official plan. Finally, there are emissions and there are design guidelines for residential lots. For instance, there's absolutely no design guideline for stormwater management for the public to assess engineering reports against. I did have a deep dive on just one of those reports to show how deficient and how it wasn't meeting the quality guidelines that we should expect to see from our city staff and the proponents, consultants, but I do not have the time to go through that. So I'm going to leave you with 5 questions that I have with respect to this development. So what about this proposed development signals to this committee that the development merits such considerations that they're asking for? What about this development is innovative and offsets or mitigates the stress that it will impose on the natural ecosystems and the surrounding
You have 30 seconds.
infrastructure? What aspects of this development solve the affordable housing crisis or other goals, values set out by the city and its regulation plans and policy? How would approving this development align with the city's declaration of climate emergency or the 11-0 yay-nay support for the biodiversity pledge just 2 or 3 weeks ago? Finally, what public financial risk would the planning committee be assuming on behalf of Kingston citizens by approving this private
Thank you. That's been 5 minutes.
complex?
Okay, is there anyone else on?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I'll recognize Nick Osanek.
State your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Sorry, is that me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Stefano, and I live at 683 Elmer Crescent. That's K7M 6L7. I did have a short slide deck, if it's possible to put that up before I begin.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. It's okay because Nick Stefano is speaking, but just so you know, Ms. Clerk, right, it's Nick Stefano on Elmer Crescent, not Nicholas Osanek. We have 2 Nicks on the line.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, it looks like maybe the meeting host and I pressed unmute at the same time on 2 different people.
Okay, but it is me, just to clarify before my time starts. I just want to make sure, okay. So I'm opposed to this development. I raised environmental concerns at the last hearing all the way back in June 2022, and my concerns remain the same. The image on the front here is of a northern pike, a native species in Collins Creek, and all the pictures here are from the Collins Creek area, not directly from the development site since the public doesn't have access, but nearby. If we can move to the next slide, please. This is an image of the Collins Creek watershed. As you can see, it's huge, and all of this water, or most of it anyway, flows out to Lake Ontario directly beside the development site. We're not just talking about one small piece of land here. We are talking about a much larger system. Next slide, please. This is the 2023 CRCA watershed report card. They gave Collins Creek watershed a rank of D for forest conditions, the worst in the region. We need to be improving forest conditions, not cutting down more trees. Next slide, please. I wanted to speak to the environmental impact assessment. A reminder, the client here is the developer. The developer selects the consultant. They pay the invoices. That's the process in Ontario. Next slide, please. Significant woodland. I think it's pretty clear that the woodland is significant. It only needs to meet one criteria. It arguably meets 4. CRCA argued pretty hard for size and linkages. Proximity to fish habitat is there. Water protection is there. I mean, it should be significant. Next slide, please. Why is this relevant? Well, the provincial policy statement has protections for significant woodland. The developer has to demonstrate no negative impacts. That's really what the EIA is designed to do. And for those that have been keeping up with the tannery hearing, an expert witness was quite critical of some of the work that had been done there in terms of identifying significant natural heritage features, and particularly determining whether there was no negative impact. The same consultant that did the tannery did this EIA as well. Obviously different situation here, and it doesn't mean that there are issues, but it isn't exactly encouraging. If we can move to the next slide. I mean, I have a simple question here. I mean, what would it take for the EIA to recommend redesign? And I've listed some of the endangered, threatened, and special concern species that were found in the EIA. I mentioned fish here because that's one of the issues I brought up in 2022. This tolerant of marginal water conditions appears all through the EIA. Very, very concerning. I mean, frightening, actually. I mean, this development is going to impact water quality. It will. The question is how much. There's no quantitative analysis in the EIA. As far as I can tell, they didn't sample any fish themselves. I mean, how do you find no negative impact? If we can move to the next slide. Again, no negative impacts. I have mentioned a few here. This is some things that the EIA didn't identify. Black ash trees are on the tree inventory. These are endangered according to the provincial government. Why doesn't the EIA talk about this? Monarch butterfly, species of special concern. They've been observed in large numbers on lands adjacent to the proposed development site. Again, why no mention in the EIA? I really want to know why the city hasn't done a proper peer review. I don't mean letting the developer pick another consultant to rubber stamp the work. I mean a third-party review. I thought Grant Kaufman at the tannery was really credible, experienced. How about hiring someone like that? If everything is okay, great, no problem. But why not have another set of expert eyes on this? And I know CRCA did a review. They raised a whole bunch of issues and then essentially dropped them once they got the 50 meters. I think there's this general perception that, well, that's the best we're going to do, but it doesn't mean that there aren't issues here. If we can move to the next slide. This is the 2022 version, whereas 2024 version. And if we can move to the next slide, this is really the only difference. They removed the stormwater pond, replaced it with more units. You know, they talk about a 50-meter setback, but the setback between the houses and Collins Creek is much smaller. It was about 100 meters, now it's 50. Stormwater still being discharged into Collins Creek, regardless of a pond being there or not. That's a concern. Next slide, please. I wanted to mention these 3 environmental commitments that the city of Kingston made, and I want to ask, how does this development, which removes forest cover and reduces biodiversity, how does it align with these commitments? I mean, one of these is specifically in the official plan, 30% minimum forest coverage in the urban area. I mean, how does cutting down an entire forest, do that? I really hope that the city will consider protecting more of this land, first by enforcing a real meaningful setback between development and Collins Creek, not 50 meters. I mean, 50 meters is nothing. And second, by committing to set aside conservation land in this region, because it is important. And thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. There's no clapping in the, no, sorry, you can't clap in this room. Okay, so now next person online.
I will now recognize Nick Osanik.
Okay, just state your name and your address.
My name is Nick
5 minutes.
Osanik. My address is 599 Rankin Crescent. Like Councillor Shaves and former Councillor Campbell, my concern is with the traffic along Station Road right next to Collins Bay Public School. As a former student of that school, I know there's very limited parking space at the back of the school, which limits the number of school buses that can pull up to the schoolyard and pick up students. Right now, it's just a small little square, and there's parking spaces in the middle, and the buses all have to go around and maneuver. This leaves buses sometimes having to park along Station Road off to the side before they can enter the yard and pick anyone up. I really believe that creating a one-way in, one-way out traffic flow on Station Road will cause vehicles to go around and pass any parked buses here. And my concern with this is that it creates blind spots along the roadway for children crossing the street into the proposed new neighborhood. I believe this is a major safety concern. And I know back in 2022, we tragically lost a student at Mother Teresa Catholic School who was crossing the street going home after school. Traffic mitigation measures were in place in the school zone at that time. Nothing we can do will change the outcome of that tragic event. But at the very least, I really want to make sure that we're learning from that and making sure it never happens again. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else? Nope. All right, so I'll move to, is there anyone else on the room? Last call? Nope. All right, so we'll move to staff and the applicant to respond to some of the concerns.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I have quite a list here, and I'll do my best to cover the points that I heard. There were quite a number of comments around the contributory versus the significant woodland, and can appreciate that the residents see on the ground have decided that there's a larger significant woodland here, but we do have to rely on the analysis that we have in front of us that is based on the Ontario Natural Heritage Manual, I believe, for qualifying when a woodland is contributory or significant. And I would emphasize again that we are increasing the portion adjacent to Collins Creek that is considered a significant woodland within that natural heritage buffer along Collins Creek. There were some comments around archaeological studies and why those weren't available for review by the public. It is our standard practice to keep those studies as not visible on DASH due to the sensitive nature of those studies. It's a practice in our department, but they are available through MFIPA requests, or can be made available. In terms of balancing the comments about, apologies. There was a concern with respect to the process for the traffic study and how that was reviewed by the MTO and what the approval process was there. And we do have traffic staff here that can speak to the approval process for the traffic impact study.
Thank you, through the chair. So I thought I'm also joined tonight by, so I'm Ian Semple, the Director of Transportation and Transit, and I'm joined tonight virtually by Mark Dixon, our Manager of Transportation Systems, who's responsible for and manages a team that conducts the development review process as it relates to our transportation network. Along with the applicant's consultant, Mr. Prince, who is here, who can address some of those concerns. So I think what I would do is, from my side, I'd like to address just the questions that arose relative to the questions around process and the process that city staff follow relative to ending the transportation impacts related to a development. So this development followed our standard process. So the city, when it receives an application through the planning process, the city can request a transportation or a traffic impact study be completed, which we did as part of this. We certainly require that it's prepared by a qualified professional, which Mr. Prince is, but we also have a series of, we have a terms of reference and criteria that must be met for the study to be accepted by staff. And as part of that, part of the iterative process in the transportation review, city staff review each submission and iteration. We pose questions to the applicant and the consulting engineer to address, and we ensure that the data being used is available to them and that it is meeting the requirements of the transportation study that we require. This is standard for all of the applications that we look at that require a transportation study. In this instance, because the site is on a roadway that is owned and managed by the Ministry of Transportation, they are an additional reviewing body, in fact, the primary reviewing body as it relates to transportation impacts and concerns. So both city staff and MTO staff reviewed the submissions that were completed in each of those stages and provided those comments back. I'll note just, so I think just in providing some clarification, because there were a number of questions initially, just that the study is prepared by a qualified engineer and the city just accepts that. That's certainly one component of it, but there is analysis, review, and technical questions and comments that are exchanged through the entirety of the process prior to the city's acceptance of that. I'll ask Mark Dixon, who's available virtually, to speak to some of the other details, and then we can ask Mr. Prince to respond to the specific questions as it relates to the study analysis.
Go ahead, Mark.
Thanks, Ian, and through you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the questions that were asked tonight, and look forward to providing some responses here in regards to some of the questions. So we had questions in regards to the expected number of vehicles in the area. So this was updated as part of the last submission. The update was done on January 11th, 2024, as Councillor Prince noted earlier tonight. That would have captured kind of the new volumes in the area. And those new volumes were then captured, and a growth rate was applied to the analysis to ensure that the capacity analysis done at the intersection of Bath Road and Station Street accounted for these volumes. There was no specific counts done at the Edith Rankin intersection or access points or the boat launch. The traffic specifically would have been captured at the intersection of Bath and Station Street, which would have accounted for traffic along Bath Road, which would have accounted for any cars coming out of those accesses at that time. There was a few questions specifically from the Edith Rankin Church that came in today that staff did provide a response to. Specifically, there was some questions in regards to turning movements from Station Street. There was a site analysis done, or site distance analysis done, that confirmed there was no concerns with that onto the roadway. The city also ensured that when reviewing the traffic impact study, the critical movements at the Bath Road and Station Road intersection did not exceed the city's accepted level of services, which is a level of service E, or a volume to capacity ratio of 1, which at this intersection, Bath Road and Station Street, that was not seen in this traffic impact study. Therefore, there was no need for mitigating strategies along the roadway. Traffic signal warrant was also looked at this roadway as well, and that was also not warranted as part of this development and the traffic that this development has generated. In regards to school safety concerns, I think Amy Diedrichson had noted earlier tonight that is something that the city would look to address that site plan application with the applicant in reviewing the design and ensuring that there's proper safety features in place along the roadway to ensure proper pedestrian connectivity to to the school site and ensuring that there's proper space for maneuvering of vehicles and school buses in that area as well. In regards to, I believe there was a question about an exit ramp from Bath Road onto Station Street. I believe that's referring to a right turn channel. At this point, there has not been a right turn channel required at this location. That is something that can be looked at as part of the updated traffic impact study in terms of whether or not that's a requirement. There is a requirement to have this traffic impact study updated to include a 10-year horizon as required by the Ministry of Transportation. So that could be addressed at that time as well. I think those are the ones I've captured here. I'd like to turn it over to the applicant's consultant, Castle Prince, if there's anything I've missed or anything he'd like to address in addition to some of these questions.
Thank you very much, Mark. You've missed anything, but I will review some of the points that have been made tonight. So firstly, with regard to the traffic analysis, from a technical standpoint, what this study does is that it seeks to assess the peak volume of the site. So when the site will produce the highest amount of traffic onto the roadway, and this is assessed in conjunction with the highest traffic volume on the roadway. So what we're essentially doing is assessing a worst case condition from the site as it relates to traffic operation conditions. So it's understood that members of the church are concerned with regard to church operations. We have seen all the comments that have been provided, and we've responded to all of those comments, and that information has been provided to the city. Further to that, any new traffic that goes onto the roadway is from the site, is looked at from the perspective where if you have a specific location in mind and you believe that it's not been taken into consideration, you're not seeing it in the report. The updated traffic volumes that was collected, it's collected for a duration of time over a weekday period. Given that it's collected over that period, what it will do, it will capture all the traffic that is on the road. So even though you don't see a specific site, traffic going to and from that location would be captured in the data that you're seeing. So even though, I believe it was Mr. Hubble made mention of the 8 a.m. to, I believe, 10 p.m. type of operation at the church due to different activities being undertaken there. Even though the church driveways are not specifically shown in the study, the traffic going to and from those driveways, if that traffic was on the roadway, it would have been accounted for. And as both Mark and Ms. Diedrichsen has identified, safety concerns with regard to the school will be reviewed in conjunction with them once we get to the site plan stage. I believe I would have touched on the critical points raised tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? All right.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Some additional questions that I have here regarding the ratio for tree replacement and the idea of a carbon offset. So we do have a tree bylaw that specifies compensations for trees, and the compensation relates to whether it's a healthy tree or it's in poor condition. Off the top of my head, I can't rhyme off the ratios exactly, but that our tree bylaw sets out that compensation amount, and a carbon offset is an interesting idea, but that's not currently how we There were quite a few general questions around the checks and balances with the studies that are submitted, and of course it's our technical review process. And in this case, with the EIS, the CRCA was reviewing from a natural heritage perspective. Because they had been reviewing this application since 2022. Going forward, EIS information would be peer reviewed because we don't have that expertise in-house. So as part of the site plan control process, we would be peer reviewing updated EIS information, I believe. Sorry, I had another highlighted point here that I wanted to. Well, I believe engineering staff can speak to some of the stormwater management and geotechnical related questions that came up.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there's been several comments based on the geotechnical issues that are assumed to be in the area and stormwater issues. So during our subdivision design process and the site plan control process, hydrogeological, geotechnical, and additional stormwater reports are done as engineering best practices dictate, and then in conjunction with that, during the construction, there's several run-throughs of testing for geotechnical for compaction and stability of soil during construction. So we'll see more of that come out during the site plan, but we don't just say, go ahead, do it without checking first. There's less worry about that. As for stormwater, I know there's a lot of questions about the outletting into the creek and outletting across the road from the west side of the property. These go undergo several forms of review, not only through us, but also through the MECP and through the ECA process to make sure that the design being implemented is treating water for both quality and quantity where it's needed. So all of this will be taken care of during the site plan control process, where we'll be able to better dictate exactly what needs to be in place.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I also heard a question about will there be enough parking for each resident? The proposal is not requesting any reductions from the zoning bylaw for the per unit rate, which in this area is parking area 5. And the requirement in the zoning bylaw is 1 parking space per unit, and then there's additional parking requirements for visitor parking and car share, which the applicant has requested a reduction for the visitor and car share, which is consistent with the administrative amendments the city is bringing forward for our zoning bylaw, because we've found that our visitor and car share rates are rather high. So in the interest here in making sure that the minimum parking that's required isn't more than it needs to be to arrive at a balance where there can be enough to limit paved surfaces where we can. We've set the minimum a bit lower for the visitor and car share parking, but the proposal will meet the requirements in the zoning bylaw for parking. And there is quite a bit of area on the property where parking can be accommodated. I guess we're just balancing the desire to have some landscaped, quite a bit of landscaped open space in this case.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I just want to speak a little bit further to some of the points that were raised by Mr. Harris, in particular in regards to the availability of submission materials and the timelines in which that material is available to the public. So all submission materials are publicly available on Dash from the time at which an application is deemed complete. So in this case, a notice of complete application was circulated via mail at the time the application was deemed complete, again at the time that the public meeting was scheduled, and finally at the time this current recommendation report meeting was scheduled. So through all of those mail circulations, as well as on the information provided on notice signage on the property, instructions in terms of how the public can access additional information on the application on Dash, as well as at staff's offices on John Keller Boulevard. Those instructions are included in all of that noticing information. Further, there was a comment in regards to the completeness of staff's review of applicable planning policy on the application. So all policy analysis of provincial planning framework is included in great detail within staff's report. We do go to great lengths to include our very comprehensive analysis of both the provincial policy statement and the official plan in a policy line-by-line breakdown. For a few reasons, but namely so that the comprehensive nature of our review of those policies is very transparent for members of the public. It does add considerable length to our reports and takes a substantial time to prepare, but for that very reason, it's critical that it's included, and it's available in this case on pages 139 to 344 of the agenda package of this staff report. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to make a couple of comments in regards to some statements that were made. In particular, Mr. Harris, Megan has addressed some of those statements as to the completeness of the staff report and not looking at things like provincial policy statement, the official plan policies in the zoning bylaw, and has pointed that out in the report where they're included. I might also add on page, I have it as page 11 of the report, so I'm not sure what it is in the overall agenda, but that lists all the professional qualified consultants that submitted reports that supported the report in terms of review and assessment. So there's quite a bit of report, input that goes into these reports. Planning services, the planners are professional planners. They're guided by the rules and regulations of the Ontario Planning Institute, and we have to adhere to those. So to suggest that we're not doing that when we bring forward reports to Planning Committee is, I find, offensive. I really do not think his statements were appropriate, and I think I'll leave it at that statement. I believe Mr. Osanek raised 3 questions at the end of his presentation about 3 council policies and how are they being addressed in this report. I think the first one was to do with the climate emergency. So anytime we get an infill development like this, it is addressing the climate emergency through the fact it is using an underutilized lot within the urban boundary that is fully serviced. So instead of building more miles of road and miles of sewers, it is using the existing system, and in this case, it's actually adding a medium density to the site. So that is climate efficiency as opposed to urban sprawl. The forest cover, the city does have an active tree planting program that is increasing the urban tree cover within the city. So that is underway, and I know our Public Works Department is working towards meeting that percentage. In terms of the Montreal Pledge, which Council adopted, I believe, 2 weeks ago at Council. What that document is it's a series of goals and objectives that our cities are encouraged to meet and strive towards. And the City of Kingston already takes a number of initiatives to meeting those and has a number of policies in place. The motion that was adopted by Council was to accept that document and use it as a measuring stick to how well we are already doing meeting those policies and what adjustments we can make moving forward. So we are recognizing that those the Montreal Pledge is there. I would say we are working towards meeting many of those goals already, and we have an open mind as to how we can adjust and make those better as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there any other? Okay, so there was one thing about sinkholes. Was that the limestone and sinkholes? Was that addressed? I'm not sure if that's a...
I can't, through you, Mr. Chair, I can't speak exactly to whether or not that is a viable issue. But like I said, further on in the process, when we get to the draft plan of subdivision and further on in the subdivision design process, there will be studies undertaken as engineering best practice dictates to include geotechnical studies. And during the construction of the subdivision, we require testing for geological to ensure there's proper compaction, things are backfilled correctly, and that the soil is stable in order to mitigate any kind of issues like that.
And that would cover the one comment about the stream going between two houses also?
Yeah, so that would be done more through our stormwater issues. Obviously, we're at very preliminary stages. There's still going to be more work undertaken to dictate that, and we're going to go through many different approvals to ensure that things are being discharged in the right locations and being properly treated for both quantity and quality to ensure that there's not going to be situations like was mentioned by the member of public where a stream is just going to move locations.
Okay. So I think,
Mr. Chair, through you, if I could just, a point of clarification of something Mr. Hoagie said. This is actually not going through as a plan of subdivision. It will be proceeding as a draft plan of condominium and then a condominium application. It's just a different form of land division. The same studies and the same process are basically followed as would be done with a subdivision. It's just the end format is a little bit different in terms of ownership. Thank you.
all right. So now I will go back to if there's a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Rosanek, seconded by Councillor Shaves. Is there any discussion? Councillor Rosanek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we need housing. I would have supported the density, these 309 units, had I seen the traffic impact study recommending a traffic light or at least a right-hand turn lane into this development. It was pointed out in 2022, and I'm sorry that the new council, that this application has spanned two councils. Mr. Stefano, documented, what was said in 2022, and this was a big point in 2022, was we need a traffic light or a right-hand turn lane for the traffic getting in there. And without that, I can't. But I talked to the applicant and I said, can we do both? Can we have the density of these units and also preserve the forest if all the houses could be pushed further to the east, closer to Collins Bay School, and preserve the forest? But as I understand, there's more than one land developer with this, and they wanted a consent and a severance, and everybody wanted to be paid. And here we are now, instead of 150-meter deep forest from east to west, we're left with a 50-meter buffer. And to me, that's just unacceptable. I asked too the applicant in 2022, can we go higher? So you know how right now we have some single-family homes, we have some double-stacked townhouses, we have some triple-stacked townhouses. Get rid of the single-family homes, get the density, those 309 units, save the forest, make them all double-stacked, make them all triple-stacked. But no, what's now 2 years later is, just like Mr. Stefano pointed out, basically the same thing. Basically the same thing, no change, even less of adjacent lands, because before we had the stormwater management pond giving us 110 meters, 90 meters altogether from the creek. Now we're left with only 50. The traffic, we just said, I think the big flaw is that boat launch. No one can tell us who live there that this is a low-volume boat launch. This is a high-volume boat launch. There are trucks, it's like big, it's like cigar boats, right? So you have these big pickup trucks with big trailers. They go right across all the lanes. And just last week, I, as a counselor, and I gave it to the clerk, and I gave it to Mr. Dixon. He replied today is being sent to MTO. One of our residents living right across from Collins Bay School in this double center left-hand turn lane almost got into a head-on collision last week. And this is before we have now 400 vehicles plus coming in and out of Station Street. She almost got into a head-on collision using that left-hand turn lane of someone going east and she was going west. Like, this is just crazy. That T-shirt is definitely necessary. going on with a 50-meter buffer, right? The environmental impact study actually reduced that entire big woodland that we see to contributory. It took a lot of convincing of the CRCA to get that little buffer, which is all steep slope. It's not even good quality. It's just the slope along the creek for that 50-meter to be deemed significant. There was big arguments there, and invasive species and the railway track. I would like to get that forest through an independent third-party review. I had big problems too, just learning about the stormwater management pipes that are going to have to ruin this buffer, and we're actually making the buffer zoned as environmental sensitivity. I know that staff are bound by the Planning Act. However, we as planning committee members are not. We have to act in the best interests of our residents and the public interest. What does our experience, our conscience, our judgment tell us? I have 26 years of driving down Bath Road past this development, as do my neighbors here that I've known for a long time. This is a complex file. I know we need housing. Council has approved tons of housing. Do I have 30 seconds, or is that at 30 seconds? So today, we just had the announcement. We just got $3.5 million awarded to Kingston from the province for meeting our housing targets. This has flaws, and I urge my fellow committee members to reject it.
Thank you. Councillor Glenn?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the very impassioned lesson on this development. I've sat here and listened this time rather than participating until this particular point. I'm stunned given that this community knows our commitment to the environment, that after 2 years, this wasn't changed. I could certainly have supported some kind of development on the farm portion if we were preserving this forest. We understand where we're at. I can't sit here and in good conscience be a hypocrite about where we're headed. Making commitments means trying to keep those commitments as much as possible. I'm a pragmatist. I understand that on occasion, yes, there's going to be a tree or two come down. But this isn't a tree or two. This is a lot of trees. We've had, people address the fishing issue. So I've been out on the lake. My husband fishes. And over the last 20 years, what we have seen is a precipitous drop in the number of fish that are out in that lake. And it's absolutely shocking. He's looking at selling his fishing boat. There's no point in going out. So that tells us something about the quality of the water, the quality of what we're living on. And if we continue down this track, we're not going to improve it. I appreciate what staff have done, and we have criteria, we have rules. I do not for 1 minute doubt the professionalism of the individuals involved, and I would urge us not to go down that road when we're talking about these things. As Councillor Osanek pointed out, they have criteria to follow, they have rules to follow, they have professional guidelines, and they meet those, and they do them well. And they do it to inform us, but that's to inform us as we make a decision, and our decisions are about the best interests of the community. I'm very supportive of more housing. Not only did we meet the goal for housing, we exceeded it, 240%. That's a huge win for us as a community in terms of housing. Do we have more to do? Absolutely. But there are times when the proposals that come forward are like trying to fit a round peg into a square hole. And I think, unfortunately, this is one of those situations. This is a space that's constrained by a railway, constrained by waterways, constrained by another road running right along a major waterway. I just don't think that this is easily workable. And we haven't seen something unique come out of this, something stunning that would make me say, yes, this is a development that is really worth getting behind. I'm not satisfied by the environmental considerations. I'm not satisfied by the transportation, although I haven't driven it for 26 years. I have driven it frequently, And I can say there are times when it's really busy. And if you've ever tried to maneuver a boat with a pickup truck, I gotta tell you, there's not a lot of space down there to do that. And if it gets busy and people do decide to get into that water and bring a lot of boats through, I don't think that there's adequate accounting of that. So for those and a myriad of other reasons that are, I think already well illustrated here, I can't in good conscience support this. I really wish that, the applicant would look to build a community with us. As I said, if there'd been consideration of moving this development in some capacity to the east side of this and preserving the forest, I might have been able to have given some support for this, but I can't, given how it's laid out and the potential impact overall on the community.
All right, any other questions by committee members? Seeing as none, I'll ask a question. You want to take the chair?
I take the chair and recognize you.
So yeah, I do have concern about the forest. Was it mentioned that they were going to plant trees in the nearby forest to expand another forest, or did I hear that wrong? I was just curious.
Go ahead.
Oh, through you. The preservation and planting plan would be within the area of the development site. So some of it may be contiguous with the significant woodland, but it would be within the open spaces and landscaped areas that are outlined in the development concept. And I think there was also a planting plan for along the crash berm that coniferous trees could be planted along there to start to regenerate the forest. I think that came up in the EIS. And maybe the consultant ecologist might have more to say around that, but that's my understanding of the tree planting plan.
I think through, Mr. Chair, through you, I can add to that a bit. Perhaps what you heard is when I was referring to the city's urban forestry planting program, which is a citywide program. We're actively planting trees across the city, so.
Okay, and Rob, did you have something to say?
I was just going to confirm that the EIA did ask to plant the berm to trees.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone have anything else to add? I'm happy to return the chair to you if you're done. Do you have any other questions? Okay, then I return the chair to you.
Okay, Councillor Ustroff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, excuse me. Really appreciate the discussions, and I would like to hear from my other colleagues on this one. This is a challenging file, so as we all feel it here tonight, and it's getting late, really do appreciate the deep passion that we have here, and I guess I'll just sort of review. I tend to want to support this project because I would like to see something happen really well here, but I do admit, as others, that this forest, having walked there with that group of councillors and everybody who was there, it was really, it's a very special place. So I was hoping for a little more sensitivity and maybe it's there. So I sometimes worry again that we're imagining the worst because I can't think it's possibly that bad. I have understood, and I can ask that again from the traffic, if traffic can always be corrected. We can manage it. If we need to manage it differently, Mr. Chair, I am told that correction factors are possible if it's determined that we erred. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Chair, to your question, Councillor Oosterhoff, I think certainly changes to the transportation network in the future are always possible. Any changes to this particular section of Bath Road are actually under the purview of the MTO. So we would require their permission for any changes specific to Bath Road. But I guess the analysis and the modeling that has been completed as part of the transportation study does not indicate that any of those components are required right now. But certainly if conditions change in the future, that is something that we do as part of our overall transportation network. We're always looking at changes in travel patterns and the way that things are changing across the city and making adjustments.
Yeah, thank you. And I believe that. So I have to trust that. I have learned that we can do that. And so the other one I wanted to say was, again, I appreciate the comments, but I'm very close to two professional fishermen, and the Lake Ontario is well stocked. It is not declining in its fish population. It's I am told from professionals, very, very. So I think that's important to know. I don't want to. I think that sometimes, like I said, we imagine it going right off the rails. We have to look at it realistically, and the one I trip over is the forest. But when I see the overlay and the modeling diagram, I think that every effort has been made to nestle the homes within the forest that's there, and so. I think that it's been difficult, but I think that the balance has been found here, and I think that's what's important. And council can grapple with it when it does come before them too. But I'm inclined to see the best intentions and the best opportunities here, and that the environment will not suffer, and that we will gain housing, and we will gain. Participating in a beautiful environment that is there, and living within that. So that's what I'm hoping for, that we see, and the incredible work that's been done to make this happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments from? Nope. So I guess we'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? So that carries 3-2 with Councillor Osanik and Councillor Glenn in the minority. Okay, so now we're on to the final item of business, and it is the recommendation for a report for 1291 Midland Avenue, and I invite staff to introduce this report.
Good evening again, through the chair. My name is Chris Booth, Senior Planner with Planning Services. Pleased to be here this evening to present our recommendation to approve the proposed rezoning and draft plan of subdivision for 1291 Midland Avenue. Additionally, as the applicant wishes to begin initial site works in advance of the site plan control and final plan of subdivision, we are requesting as well that council authorize the manager of development engineering, who you've heard from here tonight, to authorize or to execute an offsite works agreement with the applicant. This item was last before you on September 2nd, 2021. And over the last 3 years, staff have been working with the applicant to address concerns and make several refinements to the proposal. I'll briefly summarize the overall development and some of the key changes that have led to our recommendation. Next slide, please. The proposal before you here today is to rezone the lands URM1, URM2, and arterial commercial from their current zoning of development reserve. These three unique zones are intended to apply to three distinct portions of the lot, which would be severed if this rezoning is approved. The western portion of the lot, which is depicted here, the rectangle, the western portion would be zoned URM1, and it would contain 32 townhomes. These would be facilitated through a plan of subdivision. The central portion would be zoned URM2 and would contain a 5-story apartment building with 49 homes. The western portion along Midland Avenue would be zoned arterial commercial to enable a commercial plaza with about 2,360.
Point of order, please. I'm having a hard time hearing the briefing.
Yeah, excuse me. Can we keep it quiet in this room while there's a presentation going on? Thank you.
I'll do my best to speak up as well. My apologies. While the townhouses would have 2 parking spaces on each lot in the subdivision, the apartment building and commercial plaza would have surface parking for tenants and visitors, along with bike parking. Each of these 3 zones would include site-specific provisions that are tailored to facilitate each of them. Could I have the next slide, please? Shown here is a map that provides a little bit of context for the proposal. The site is outlined in yellow in the center of the map, and it is located at the intersection of Tivoli and Midland Avenue. It currently lies vacant, as shown here in the 2 images to the right. It's on the edge of the Midland Park neighborhood and is situated nearby the Cataraqui Woods Elementary School, parkland within Midland Park, and the Invista Center to the east, and numerous commercial amenities to the south and east. And running immediately south of the site, I do want to note that there is a pipeline operated by Trans-Northern Pipelines, along with a hydro corridor. Next slide, please. Pictured here is an overall plan of how the site would be configured. I alluded to the concept of a 3-lot layout, and I've added dashed lines here in red depicting how those lots would likely be severed in the future. The townhouses, as I mentioned, are situated on the left, the apartment building in the center, and the commercial plaza to the right. 3 points of access are proposed, 2 along Tivoli and 1 on Midland. The site has been comprehensively planned to ensure ease of movement between the 3 lots. That would be secured through mutual access agreements across all 3 sites. I'll now focus on each individual site in the coming 3 slides. Pictured here are the 32 townhouses. They're proposed to be accessed via a private road, which would extend all the way through into the apartment building site. Each townhouse is to have its own driveway and garage, which are sufficiently sized to accommodate a standard size vehicle. Though not required in the bylaw, the applicant has also proposed 2 visitor stalls, which you can see near the bend in that private road near the bottom. This portion of the site plays an important role as it provides a transition to the adjacent single detached homes in Midland Park. And as pictured here, the townhouses are proposed to be 2 stories high with a pitched roof, which ensures that they complement and fit well within their context. Next slide, please. The 5-story apartment building is situated in the middle of the site and would contain, as I mentioned, 49 new homes or units configured as 4 1-bedroom and 45 2-bedroom units. 47 parking spaces would be provided on the surface for all tenants, along with 14 dedicated visitor parking spaces. Additionally, 24 long-term bike parking spaces would be provided inside on the ground floor, with 12 short-term bike parking spaces outside. Next slide, please. The applicant is currently proposing a 2,360 square meter commercial plaza on the site, though I would like to emphasize that these plans are subject to change. If the applicant chooses to pursue an alternate development here, a new rezoning may likely be required for this portion of the site. However, if it does proceed as envisioned, it would see the introduction of a variety of commercial uses that would serve the neighborhood, including stores and restaurants. Next slide, please. Since the last community meeting in 2021, a number of changes have occurred, which I would like to highlight here for you. Starting on the left, 2 townhouse units were removed to enable a 10-meter setback from the TNPI, the pipeline right-of-way. 2 visitor spaces were added, even though they were not required. Bike parking was added into the ground floor of the apartment building because it was not required at the time the application was first made. Bike parking was also added outside, conveniently located by the side door. With the introduction of bike parking requirements in 2022, the applicant did redesign that building to the greatest extent possible to accommodate bicycle parking. Landscaped islands were added throughout the commercial parking lot towards the right-hand side of this image. And very significantly, the auto repair use that was originally proposed has now been dropped from this development to ensure a mix of uses that is more sensitive to its surroundings. And on that note, I'd like to speak to a couple of specific concerns that were raised and how some of those have been addressed. If I could have the next slide, please. The first is the transition between this site and the adjoining single detached homes. Trying to envision how something might look based on a site plan alone can be difficult. So this image does help show how the townhouses provide a visual and a physical buffer between the apartment building and those adjoining single detached homes, which would be off screen to the right. With the apartment building being situated more than 75 meters away from those homes, which is about 3/4 of a football field, the potential for overlook and intrusion on privacy is fortunately greatly mitigated. Could I have the next slide, please? Concerns were also raised with respect to development operated along, with respect to development along the pipeline operated by Transnorthern Pipelines, or TNPI. I can reassure this committee that TNPI was closely involved in the review of this proposal, and their involvement helped secure that 10-meter setback that I mentioned to the townhouses, which is depicted here. It's also worth mentioning that this 10-meter setback was not required, as development need only remain outside the easement, which is shown here in yellow. But this additional setback represents what I would suggest is a firm commitment, demonstration by the applicant to respect the proximity of that pipeline. And in the same vein, the apartment building is situated a significant distance away at 55 meters. I wish to reiterate that Planning Services has complied with provincial requirements, and TNPI, Transnorthern Pipelines, Inc., has no concerns with this current proposal. Next slide, please. Based on this design and the fact that it's consistent with provincial and city policy, Planning Services is satisfied that the proposal represents good planning on an underutilized piece of property within the built-up area of the city. And we are therefore recommending approval. Next slide, please. If this rezoning is approved, the applicant's next step would be to sever the property, as I noted, and finalize the 3 applications needed to approve those 3 individual development sites, being site plan control for the apartment building and the commercial plaza, and a final plan of subdivision for the townhomes. Of course, after fulfilling the conditions that are proposed here tonight for the draft plan of subdivision. Building permits would also follow. And finally, I would also like to mention again that a subsequent step would involve entering into an off-site works agreement for work that would be undertaken in the Tivoli Avenue right-of-way, if council grants us the authority to do so tonight. I appreciate your time and consideration this evening, and would be happy to address any questions the committee might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Councillor Shaves.
Thank you. Okay. I was here in 2021 as a resident, considering I basically live around the corner but outside the boundary. I see there have been a number of adjustments made, but I still have a few questions. We'll go back to planting. Will include pollinator-friendly vegetation and off-season wildlife food sources.
Through the chair, I can confirm in conversations with the landscape architect on this file that there's a number of species proposed here, at least 9 of which would provide pollinator-friendly species, correct? And four additional plantings would provide off-season source of food for wildlife, including berries, acorns, and the like.
Thank you. I know within the report it mentions the proximity to Birchwood Park, which I would just like to point out, it is only a soccer pitch and there is no playground equipment there.
Through the chair, I can confirm that was an oversight on part of this author, and the intention was to identify Midland Park in the center of the subdivision as being the ideal park space with presence of a playground. My apologies.
I'll forgive you this time. Within the report, it comments about the size of the lots and being able to plant trees both in the front and rear yards, having sufficient space. Does that mean the applicant is going to be doing those, or because generally speaking, we only suggest front yard?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question. And for additional clarity, the applicant is proposing at this time trees in the front yards of those townhouse units, recognizing that they are going with slightly narrower building forms. There is still more than sufficient area to accommodate trees of significant size, and what this does not preclude, however, is the ability for residents to plant trees in the backyard if they so wish. But the applicant is proposing them in the front yard.
Okay, thank you for confirming. Back then, I actually read the traffic study, the whole thing, and I actually noticed that within the report, it actually stated that the report stated the city of Ottawa, which caused concern then, still causes concern now. So could you speak to that, please?
Of course, through the chair and in conversations with the applicant, certainly appreciated that this was a regrettable typo, appreciating that residents have suggested that it calls into question the findings of that report. I can appreciate that concern, but the information that was supplied to inform that TIS, that traffic impact study statement, was supplied by City of Kingston staff. It is locally based, locally sourced, and of course did go through a robust review. As we heard in the last file here tonight, there's a robust review that occurs even on our end when that information is submitted. So the information was most certainly locally based.
I would confirm, I'm one of those residents who would still confirm that it does call into question the actual report in total, even though there is only one small typo. Just for the meeting, the minutes. As well, it's also been referenced that Midland Park is a short distance from this development. I can confirm that it is a relatively large green space, however, a very small playground area, and there's usually quite a bit of a lineup or wait time for a number of those equipment. So adding this number of residents and potentially children to use that will just add to that impact. Could you please address that?
Certainly, through the chair, and as a parent myself, I can appreciate the backup that sometimes happens at the swings and the playgrounds. It's certainly noted. To that end, the cash in lieu that's been suggested be taken for this development, appreciating that there isn't public parkland being provided on site. The cash in lieu that would be taken for this development is intended to go towards improvements to city-owned parks. Those improvements are generally made in alignment with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Midland Park has actually been identified in that Parks and Rec master plan for ongoing improvements. If there is a need for further enhancements, then the Parks and Rec master plan would be the appropriate vehicle through which to advance that, along with future budget considerations by council.
Thank you. And I will confirm it is those swings that have the longest wait lines. Because once you're on them, you really don't want to get off. So, but also in regards, correct me if I'm incorrect, but the cash in lieu for parkland, that's not actually directed towards purchase of park equipment, but actually parkland, is it not?
That's an excellent question. Through the chair, I may have to, thank you, defer.
Yeah, I can take that one, Mr. Booth. Through you, Mr. Chair. It can be under the Planning Act. It can be used either for the acquisition of parkland or for the purchasing or upgrading of equipment for existing parkland.
Thank you for that confirmation. Between the townhomes on the west side and the current homes, will there be a fence erected?
Through the chair, yes. There is a 1.8 meter high wooden fence that is proposed along the entire stretch of that border. 1.8 meters is, just for reference, a standard number that is used in Kingston's zoning bylaw that was passed in 2022. 1.8 meters is the standard height.
Will there be an added 2-foot lattice on top of that fence?
I'm not aware, but certainly if the applicant has additional knowledge on that, I would welcome their input.
Thank you. One of the most positive comments I've heard about this development is the plaza. So I hope if it does continue on and the applicant doesn't change its mind. But my concern is the amount of setback it has off of Midland Ave in order to continue have a clear view of traffic coming in, because that is also a busy intersection.
Through the chair, that's certainly an excellent question as well. And as we heard in the last presentation, an important one. I can confirm that this site does incorporate a significant site triangle, corner visibility triangle at that intersection of about 10 meters in either direction, forming a triangle. In addition, that triangle is actually offset. It's set back from the actual curb of the road. So there is a significant sight line for turning vehicles.
Thank you. Because in my experience of driving around town, Kingston drivers are not quite the best, so they need every advantage they can get. It talks about the stormwater from the apartment building. Would the applicant be considering and having a system of using that stormwater for the irrigation of vegetation on the property?
At this time, I do not understand that there are firm plans to do so. However, I understand the applicant is available here tonight and may be able to provide additional information on that point. I hope that's acceptable.
Is the applicant here?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your endurance. My name is Tess Gilchrist. I'm a planner with Arcadis and working on behalf of the owners of the property. So there have been two questions so far. With respect to adding a lattice on top of a 6-foot fence, I think, as Chris mentioned, a 1.8 meter solid board fence is sufficient here, and that there wouldn't be any intent to add lattice above that. And again, lattice is transparent, so, or, not as much screening provided as a solid board fence does. In terms of using stormwater for irrigation, unfortunately, Murray, Jocelyn dropped off the call after the last file. That's more a question for a civil engineer in terms of how the stormwater management is designed for the site. But from a planner's perspective, no, we would not be using stormwater collected from the hard surfaces of the property, either the roof of the apartment or the driveways or parking areas, as it would not be really suitable for irrigation purposes. It's collected and treated quantity and quality before going into the storm sewer system. But the areas that are proposed with vegetation, of course, would be pervious surfaces, and there would be a certain amount of infiltration in those areas.
Okay, thank you. In regards to the apartment, how green or net zero will that building be, and will there be like a green roof or any other factors to soften it?
Through the chair, another good question, and Ms. Gilchrist can certainly chime in here where I may miss something. But the proposed building is not intended to have a green roof. But that being said, it would of course be meeting current building codes, and to that end, it would be required to have 25% additional insulation, more so than single detached houses even. And to that point, what I might suggest is that apartment buildings, by their very nature, are actually more environmentally friendly even than if we were to construct this as a single detached home subdivision. It would take more land. There would be quite a deal extra amount of heat loss by virtue of the additional exterior walls. And of course, the apartment building supports alternative modes of public transit, walking, cycling, public transit, but there are, to my knowledge, no specific intentions to make the building itself a green building. But I would certainly invite Tess to elaborate further on that, if possible.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't have much further to add, Chris. I think you've hit the highlights, and they speak to kind of the broader understanding of various built forms in terms of construction methods and the efficiencies that we do see with apartment buildings in general, and how we can house so many more people on a small footprint of land with efficient building systems versus more conventional subdivision development, which, there is a combination of townhouses and apartments here, which does provide the transition that we're seeing to the existing low-density residential neighborhood to the west. But the apartment building provides an opportunity to get a different type of home on this property, and at a different density as well.
Thank you, and I do understand the comparison between the environmental aspects between apartment buildings and single-family dwellings. However, I don't think we should rest on our laurels and try to be as green as possible. So, please. And it was touched on in regards to cycling and transit. I will point out that this area is not, I'll say, as well serviced with public transit. Getting a little better, but still not. And in regards to cycling, we are on the west end, and getting, say, downtown or anything is not as appropriate, especially since the lack of bike lanes. There are some coming, especially on Bay Ridge Drive, but on Midland Ave, that is pretty restrictive in regards to, especially since it's a gravel side road, shoulder. Not very safe to walk or even cycle on there. So hopefully improvements will be coming on that as well. Oh, I might have to go for another round. Question in regards to the overlook. That was one of the major concerns at the last meeting from the apartment building to the current residents. Could someone touch on that, please?
Certainly. Through the chair, the apartment building does have some balconies on both the west and the east side. And it sounds like the west side of that building is where the concern may lie in terms of potential overlook onto those single detached homes. The image that I showed in a previous slide was intended to show how those townhouses effectively buffer the first, second, third, and potentially even portions of the fourth floor of that apartment building from being visible or the inverse, having overlook into those single detached homes. And by virtue of its extensive distance from the homes, I think that also helps to really start to mitigate any potential for privacy. Certainly in other areas of the city, we see apartment buildings built at much closer distances, and this is an application wherein the developer, the applicant, has actually proposed to not do that and to locate the apartment building in a much more sensitive location to mitigate exactly that concern.
Just about all my questions. I'm just going to make reference to that plaza again. It's one of the most important things I think I've heard about, positive I've heard from the residents in that area, especially in regards to sustainability of having potential of a restaurant and or a corner store would actually totally increase the amount of sustainability for that area. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from committee members? Seeing as none, we'll move on to the community portion of the meeting. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on 1291 Midland Avenue? If you can come to these ones over here. Sure. And just state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Richard Thompson. I'm on 1422 Sierra Avenue. I actually been living in this community for 16, 17 years now, and I've driven on Tivoli just about every day, and it's nice to see that we're moving forward with some sort of progress here. My concern would be the traffic flow on Tivoli and Midland. I already know that there's a turning lane there to turn onto Tivoli as you're coming north on Midland, but it was proposed there was going to be 3 entrances to this new development. But I think the one that's on the Midland side is very close to Tivoli, and I'm not sure if it should be an exit only or coming south into it. I think eventually with the city planning, they'll probably be looking at a traffic light on Tivoli because the amount of traffic flow that's going to be increasing with this. But I do look forward to seeing the changes in our subdivision. I've seen it in the last 16 years with the amount of community change. I think it's great. I know some of my neighbors were concerned about that setback, and I think the proposal with that buffer, I think, is a good blend, the way that it's designed. I would say I'm for this development. I'm not against it. I think it's great. My only concern would be the traffic flow, and I think down the road there'll be a traffic light on Tivoli and Midland. It seems to be the more we develop, the more traffic lights we put up, which that one will be okay, but I think that third entrance on Midland to this development could potentially be a problem down the road. That would be my only concern. I think we have to look at that traffic study of in and out of there, because I know where the gas station is at closer to Catwoods. There's an issue there with traffic flow in and out of there because you've got a turning lane and then you got people trying to turn into the gas station. So I think that commercial side there has got potential problems there coming in and out of there. I think that's all I have. I appreciate the efforts that are put forward for this development. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to speak?
Through you,
Anyone
Mr.
online?
Chair, there are members online. I'll recognize John.
State your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good. My name is John McCrory. I live at 1469 Sierra. I've been here pretty close to 20 years, like Rick. Hi, Rick. Rick and I served in the military quite a long time ago. We, like Rick, my wife and I are really happy with the development and the layout of it, the mix of the townhouses, the apartment building, the strip mall. All looks good. Thanks for all the work there. Thanks to the city staff who we've had plenty of notice on this stuff. We've always got stuff in the mail. We put questions out to Mr. Booth and the other planning staff and stuff. People are always really prompt to get back to us, and we appreciate that. I do have a couple of questions, though. This is a really small parcel of land, and we are looking forward to, like I said, for it to being developed. I think parking might be a problem in the future, and we've seen parking problems here in Woodhaven over the last several years. As you've seen on the news, if you follow social media, you'll see over the last couple of winters, there's, I think, 3 roads in Woodhaven, Holden, Tremont, and Horizon Drive that'll look a little bit similar to this. Very narrow streets, townhouses with 1 parking spot. And my understanding is that the city policy is that a garage, a small boat garage, is considered a parking spot. So it's not. You know, my wife and I have a small bungalow here. We have a small garage. We do use it. We're organized people. We use it all the time. The vast majority of people don't use those garages for a parking spot. They're storage. So we're concerned about that. There's actually people in Woodhaven that in the houses, the single houses, that are renting their parking spots to people in these townhouses on those streets, because there's not enough parking. And the boulevard is so narrow that the plows can't get down there. And the city staff, I'm sure, all know what I'm talking about there. And the sign just had to put up. If you guys say it's going to be cool, then that's great. But it is a concern for us. Because I think a lot of these units will be rental units. Not that we have a problem with rental units. We've got lots of rental people around us. I have no problem with that. But I think you'll find that a property management company will buy up a whole block of these townhouses and they'll rent them. So if they rent them and there's 3 couples in each one of the bedrooms, we've got a lot of cars, and I, like you guys, I'd like nothing better than to have less cars on the road. We went down to 1 car for quite some time before COVID. I rode the bus right out of this subdivision, so I can talk about transit with you and how that goes. But we do think that parking may become a problem here. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. Mr. Booth, you did mention in the email that I sent you that the strip mall, and you can address this when I'm done, I'll be done in a minute, could possibly be a mix of residential and commercial, I think, unless I misunderstood that. I don't know. Like Rick said, we're all interested in the strip mall. I'd love to have a little, greasy spoon to go to, or maybe a little pub or something. That'd be great. Give a good community feel. So we're concerned a little bit about that. I did notice, go through the document, and there's now a sidewalk going out to the intersection. Where does the sidewalk go? What plans are there for Midland Avenue in the future? As long as we've been here, Midland Avenue has been a cow path, and it just gets patched and whatever. You can't ride your bike. My wife and I have bikes. We'd like to get into the K&P Trail. You just can't do it. We're kind of locked in here. You have to drive all the way south into Cat Woods and then back out and around. We have to transfer our bikes to go to the trail. That's another issue. That intersection at Midland and Tivoli, we need lights there. There's been, I think, 3 high-speed collisions. I could be wrong on that. There hasn't been one the last little while, but I don't think there's been any serious incidents per se, but it's a very dangerous intersection. We need lights there. And going back to play structures and stuff, I know it's a minor thing, but the young families that are going to be in that apartment building, they don't have backyards. It'd be nice for them to have a little play structure. You've got that offset distance now from the pipeline there. You put a couple of parking spots in, that's great. What's the chance of throwing a couple of play structures up there for the kids? You know, not a big deal. If I got a couple of minutes left, I'll just make a point. I think it was Rick's son who brought up the point a little while ago. I've watched all evening about the development at the Cavalier Room, and he made a good point that people like us, like me, I'm in my 60s, my wife and I all
You have
thought
30
that
seconds.
we would all eventually move into an apartment building or whatever and leave our house to a young family. We need to get more creative. I was really happy to see that out of the box thinking there at the Cavalier Room. So good job on that. Thanks for the time, guys. Really appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online who wishes to speak?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe so. I'll just give, there was a member who had their hand up. I'll just give them one more moment if they want to raise their hand again. Okay, it doesn't look like it.
Okay, so now that ends the public portion. So we'll go, is there a mover or seconder? Moved by Councillor Shaves, seconded by Councillor Oosterhoff. Oh, point of order? Oh, yeah, it's getting so late. I was giving you guys a break. All right, yeah, okay. Let's undo all that. Let's go back in time and then. You want to take a break? No, all right. Okay, so please answer the questions.
Through the chair, I'd be happy to address the questions that were raised here tonight. And it means a lot to be able to hear words of support as well. So I want to thank each resident who took the time here this evening. If I'm counting correctly, I counted maybe 5 or so key concerns here. I'll try to get through them one by one. Please let me know if I've missed one. Parking in terms of sort of overall supply, on-street, off-street. What I can confirm is that on-street parking along Tivoli, anyway, would certainly very likely not be supported by the city if this development were to go ahead. We've made the applicant aware of that. We're confident, though, that enough parking has been supplied on site. In fact, the commercial site might be suggested it even has an oversupply when compared to the direction the city is trying to move in other respects. The small garages, I understand that there's some specific concerns with respect to the townhouses, not so much the apartment building, the commercial, but the townhouses. The garages that are proposed there are a fairly standard size. The 8.6 meter width on those garages exceeds our typical requirement for a parking stall width and fits a standard overhead door. So there's really nothing that's proposed too much out of the ordinary on that one. And what I would suggest respectfully as well is that the applicant has actually proposed to double the amount of required parking. We typically would only require one parking space, for each townhouse unit, and 2 are being proposed. So the driveway, a combination of the driveway and the garage being open and available for residents, gives staff some reassurance that there is opportunity to provide sufficient parking. And I'd be remiss if I also didn't note that the city in general, planning services as well as as the city is trying to encourage more of a modal split where we are reducing our overall reliance on cars, and rather than seeing individual properties become oversupplied in terms of parking, we are trying to encourage those alternate modes, be it bicycles, public transit, and to that end, there's quite a bit of additional bicycle parking. But I do appreciate one of the points that was raised, I believe, by Councillor Shaves with respect to the lack of infrastructure. And what I would suggest there is that through our active transportation department, these are things that the city does closely monitor, and I've alluded in the past to Parks Master Plan, where those improvements get captured. Similarly, our transportation team is able to capture potential improvements in their own documentation as well, to enable council to budget for those improvements should they be necessary. Maybe I'll segue into the concern around the traffic light. We heard Mark Dixon from our transportation group speak in the last presentation about a traffic light warrant. The same analysis was conducted in this traffic impact statement as well. And it was determined by the engineers at IBI that a traffic signal was not warranted at this time based on the traffic volumes that were anticipated to come out of this development. But it does not necessarily mean that the city can't at any future point, should it wish, install that infrastructure at a later time. Of course, that is a council decision based on budgets and priorities, but I do want to note that. The strip mall, I appreciated hearing very much that there's a strong support for the commercial services that this development would bring if that happened, if that commercial plaza happened. If it's any reassurance, the mixed-use building that the owner is potentially looking at, and we've received permission to share some of this information. It, by its very nature of being mixed use, it would potentially contemplate commercial at the ground floor. So we could very well end up with something that still provides commercial units, even if the building switches to be mixed use. Finally, I believe additional playground was noted. While there's no plans for a playground at this particular moment on site, I don't want to take away from a developer or property manager who does have discretion at later points in a building or property's life cycle to add and install such infrastructure should they or tenants wish. So I'll perhaps leave it there, and if I've missed anything, my apologies. Please do let me know.
Thank you. So nobody else has anything to add? All right, so I had moved by Councillor Shaves and seconded by Councillor Oosterhoff. Is that still good? Yeah, so is there any discussion? Councillor Shaves?
Thank you. I know back in 2021, my biggest concern, basically, this was just going to be one large, well, small, mini concrete city. A lot of pavement, a lot of concrete, a lot of buildings, and not a lot of grass. Not that there's a lot there, but still, environmentally speaking, is better off. However, I will admit that there have been a lot of adjustments to this project, which I thank the applicant for. They are actually planting, I do believe, 129 trees, which realistically, I don't think there are very many there, at least viable trees. And as was previously mentioned, Midland Ave is an issue with traffic. So having that second entrance, either going in or into this subdivision, could be an issue, especially since there is no middle turn lane. And to confirm, the gas station, which is just down the street, technically speaking, it indicates there is no entrance into the gas station or out of the gas station into the northbound lane of Midland, but people consistently do that, potentially causing accidents and very close calls, which I have been involved in. The close calls, not actual accidents. I did also contemplate or suggest back then that removing the apartment building and increasing the number of townhomes located there and putting them into basically a square situation and having a nice little green space and park space for the residents. But I guess you didn't take my suggestion, so I guess we'll go with what we have here. And as I mentioned, the plaza is one of the biggest highlights of this development. Having little shops or whatever may be there, but most specifically a restaurant and or a corner store, which increases the amount of sustainability within the area, that we don't have to drive down the street to either Walmart or the Loblaws or the mall. We can just walk. So that would add to the sustainability and the environmental aspect of this place. I was contemplating back and forth as to how I vote on this development. I will vote positively, especially in regards to the plaza. Hopefully they don't change my mind in regards to that plaza and continue with it. And if you want to, down the road, decide to add some residential suites on top, I'm all for that. So at this point, I will support on the basis of that plaza. Thank you.
Councillor Rosanek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I will support this too, but I just want to ask, since there are going to be 129 new trees planted, and we need the greenery because, as Councillor Shaves just said, there is a lot of concrete. Can we try, I know our landscaping plan with Bill 23, we no longer have control of site plan and landscaping, but can we try asking the applicant to keep them watered to best ensure their survivability with those tree watering bags, or even better, an underground sprinkler system? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions or comments, I mean? All right, so we'll call a vote. All in favor? And that kind of carries unanimously. All right. So there's no motions and no notices of motions. Is there any other business? Does anybody want to make this longer? No? Okay, so correspondence was included in the agenda and the addendum. And the date of the next meeting of the Planning Committee is scheduled for Thursday, April 18th, 2024 at 6 p.m. Okay, so do we have a mover and seconder for adjournment? Okay, moved by Councillor Glenn and seconded by Councillor Rosanek. All in favor? Well, I guess Gary and Paul want to stay. All right, we're adjourned.